Good morning, colleagues. Please stand by.
O God, who by calling us to the vocation of a medical technologist, has placed upon us the obligation of being a constant help in the scientific care of the sick, grant us by Thy divine light a deep insight into the serious responsibilities of our task. By Thy divine wisdom, awaken in us a growing zeal and determination to increase our knowledge of how to search for the underlying causes of sickness and disease, how to recognize the evidence of physical changes, how to make important chemical analyses, and other valuable tests so helpful in caring for the sick. By the divine love, permit us in this way to share with those who directly care for the sick, that thus we may be constantly working through the eternal Physician, Christ our Lord. Amen.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang magiliw, Diyos ang sinakalan, alam ng puso, sa dikit mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, kuya ka ng magiting, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisigil, sa nagalang tutok sa simoy at sa langit mo bangaw, ay nilagang tula, kawin sa paglayang minamahal, ang isang ng patawad mo'y nagumpay na
Before we start this research forum, here are some guidelines for our virtual participants. First, please observe proper webinar and video conferencing etiquette. Also, please change your settings to active speaker view. To do this, go to the view icon of your Zoom console and swipe or select active speaker view. May we also request all participants to turn off their video feed. Do this by turning off the camera icon at the video tab of your Zoom console located at the lower left portion of your screen. Details on how to get your e-certificates will be flashed at the end of the webinar. This will be open to those logged into the Zoom platform and to those viewing through our live streaming and Facebook as well. We expect your adherence to these guidelines. Thank you very much and enjoy learning online. Let us all welcome the moderator for this research forum, Assistant Professor Mark Raymond Nava.
Thank you very much, Author Reader, for that brief yet hefty introduction. And also thank you so much, Dr. Pida Hapan, Committee Chair for Research and the PAMET National Secretary, for her invitation to host and moderate this special event, which is, in my opinion, and I know most of us shares the same, is a milestone in the practice of medical technology in the Philippines. Cliche as it may sound, but it is truly a privilege to be this program's moderator. Distinguished guests, fellow researchers, virtual participants, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the very first online PAMET Research Forum. This two-day event is a part of the celebration of the 48th Medical Technology Week, guided with the theme, Learning Competencies, Developing Philippine Laboratory Leaders. Happy Medical Technology Week to each and everyone. And this session also, as mentioned earlier, is live streamed also through the PAMET Facebook page. Before we proceed, allow me to share a quote from Dr. William James Mayo that I think is both timely and relevant. The glory of medicine is that it is constantly moving forward, that there is always more to learn. The ills of today do not cloud the horizon of tomorrow, but act as a spur to greater effort. That was once again from the famous Dr. William James Mayo. And truly, even with the existing pandemic, we are still moving forward towards progress. Progress in research and also progress to our profession. Evident to that, of course, is this special event. Without further ado, let us formally start the program with an opening remarks from no less the ever-active National President of the Philippine Association of Medical Technologies, or PAMET. With a resounding virtual applause, let us all welcome Mr. Safeguard, Mr. Ronaldo E. Puno.
Thank you very much, Sir Mark. Good morning to our esteemed guests, colleagues, research enthusiasts, and future registered medical technologists. Greetings also to our distinguished speakers, invited judges from our Asian neighbors, Dr. Endang Hoyoranda and Dr. Miss Warfata from Indonesia, and Dr. Rojit Sresta from Japan. Happy MedTech Week to all. So this is our third day of celebration. And welcome to the first ever virtual PAMET Research Forum. This is the third of a series of activities for the whole week celebration, and for me, this is one of the highlights. The objective of the Research Forum is to foster the culture of research among medical technologies. We all know that one of the challenging areas of the profession, particularly for those in clinical practice, is engagement in research. Though this has been a regular part of the MedTech Week celebration, there's really a need to hype this activity and step up the promotion so that it becomes a habit and eventually becomes a culture. I must say that this year's event is a total turnaround from previous years for many reasons. And at first, we were a little bit worried on the possible number of participants due to the present pandemic, where everyone is so preoccupied with different COVID-related matters. But the passion and dedication put into it by the research committee, chaired by Dr. Frida Hapan and her equally dedicated members, it is undoubtedly a huge success. And I cannot thank enough this dynamic team for the amazing result of their hard work. And I would like to congratulate and commend all of you who joined this research event. This experience is something unique and exciting as we in various parts of the country and of the world are actually joining. Through this activity, we're able to connect with our colleagues both locally and internationally. And definitely, your research works are truly outstanding and world class. I know that research is a very challenging area in our practice, and we are glad that nowadays, more and more students and professionals are engaging into it. Though we have already achieved a lot in terms of research, I believe that we still have a long way to go. While those in schools are very much used to conducting research and very eager to gather data from various sources, it is very ironic that those who actually have countless data and laboratory test results in their hands, our laboratory practitioners are somewhat far behind in terms of direct involvement with research activities for various reasons. And that for me is a big challenge. And at PAMET, we want to have capability building activities that will encourage and train our medtechs in terms of research methodologies. And we are setting funds to grant short-term scholarship for this purpose. And hopefully, with this humble initiative, we can help redefine research culture in our profession. I know it is a difficult task, but we should start somewhere. And I am again seeking the help of the committee to devise a plan to further trigger the interest of our colleagues who have not appreciated or with little appreciation on the value of research. And I'd like to end my message by mentioning to you the words of Art Williams, and he said, "I'm not telling you it's going to be easy, but I'm telling you it's going to be worth it." And that is something very applicable to the area of research. And now, to officially open the virtual gallery of posters, I would like to invite everyone to raise your glasses and wish for the success of this virtual research forum, okay, and the entire Medical Technology Week celebration. So I now propose a toast for the success of our event. Cheers. And thank you and good morning to everyone.
That was once again Mr. Ronaldo E. Puno, National President of the Philippine Association of Medical Technologists, formally opening our event. Thank you very much, Sir Ronnie. But before we proceed, allow me to give you a brief summary of the activities that we will experience and witness for the next 2 days. The PAMET Research Forum is a 2-day event. In the morning of the first day, today, September 16, 2020, we will witness the opening ceremonies and the opening of the virtual poster exhibits. In the afternoon, we will be witnessing the poster presentation with poster pitching from our 10 finalists for both experimental and non-experimental researches. The following day, September 17, 2020, we will have a webinar on topics relevant to the research practices in our profession, where the organizing committee identified or invited local and international experts and speakers to share their knowledge on the identified topics. And finally, in the afternoon, will be the oral research presentation of our 6 finalists for both experimental and non-experimental researches. And of course, the most anticipated awarding of winners. And we have also invited international experts to serve as adjudicators for both our poster and oral presentations, which I'm going to introduce later this afternoon. And since our national president has officially started opened our virtual poster exhibit, That was, of course, in lieu of the traditional ribbon cutting, we have hosted instead a wine toasting ceremony. Thank you very much, Sir Ronnie Puno, for the wine toasting ceremony. Cheers, everybody. No? And then toasting is, of course, a practice that is said to offer to the gods the wine in the goblet or in the glass in exchange for a wish or our prayers for success and good health. And we truly wish everyone success for this event. So since the exhibit is now open, I would like all our participants to visit our virtual poster gallery. For our virtual participants, kindly visit the link shown on the screen to view our virtual research poster gallery. You can also use your QR code scanner to direct you immediately to the site shown on the screen. The viewing of our posters is from 10 a.m. to 12 noon. And at this point, I would like to call on one of the members of the organizing committee, Sir Gerald Paz, for the showing of the virtual poster gallery. Thank you very much, Sir Gerald, for that wonderful presentation of our research posters. I'm feeling a little emotional earlier while viewing the progress of research in our profession. Thank you so much to all medical technology researchers and academicians now for pursuing our greater purpose. Now, we may be appreciated but even by some petty national legislators in the Senate. But like the background music, let us all together look for the beauty in it, for the silver lining. And the PAMET Committee on Research is our beacon of hope. Thank you so much, Sir Gerald, for that truly world-class presentation, or rather, universe-class presentation. That is only the first part, as tomorrow we shall witness more world-class studies from Filipino medical technology researchers. And also, I'd like to share that those who were not able to make it as finalists, because we actually have a lot of research submissions And I'd like to share to them that those who were not able to make it, you will also receive certificates of participation through email. So it was really moving. No? The video was really moving. I am proud to be Filipino and proud Filipino medical technologies. At this point, I'd like to ask for short impromptu messages and reactions from our participants regarding the virtual poster gallery and presentation. At this point, I'd like to call one of our speakers for tomorrow, Dr. Supachai Basit. Doc?
Hi, good morning, Dean Mark. Good morning.
Yes, Doc. Good morning.
Good
Can
morning.
you can you give us a short message or a reaction on the virtual poster presentation?
Yes, on behalf of the PAMET Committee on Research, of course, I'd like to express my sincerest gratitude for those who have submitted the posters. Actually, Dean Mark, I was actually one of the persons who actually screened the posters, and we actually had a difficult time screening because the researches that were submitted to us were of high caliber, of high quality, and we were actually very overwhelmed because we have submission because this is already a new norm. So we had several submissions from all over the country, from North Luzon down to Mindanao region. So that's the reason why, of course, on behalf of PAMET and PAMET Committee on Research, I am, of course, expressing my sincerest gratitude. And not only that, um, tomorrow, of course, Denmark would be a full pack event, aside, of course, from our keynote speakers and, of course, some of our colleagues, including me, would also be speaking about researches in the new norm. And, of course, one of the most exciting events tomorrow would be the oral presentation. So I'm encouraging everyone, particularly my fellow medical technologists who are in clinical practice, aspiring medical technology students to please attend. And of course, by your attendance, you'll be able to have ideas on what research problems to what research problems that you could actually start with on your research journey. And of course, I'd like to express that no matter what the situation is, whether there is a pandemic or no pandemic, we as a medical technologist, we as the guardian of public health should continue to aspire to do research so that we'll be able to contribute in our society for the advancement of medical laboratory science, not just in our country, but in the whole universe, as you mentioned as well. So thank you very much, Dean Mark, for this opportunity. Good morning, everyone.
Thank you very much, Doc. And at this point, we'd like also to get the reactions of our poster presenters. Unfortunately, we cannot disclose their names, no, for the purpose of evaluation later, but we'd like to call on a representative from the researchers of the first poster presentation to give us a short message or reaction regarding the virtual poster presentation.
Okay, good morning.
Yes, good morning, ma'am.
Okay, I'd like to thank PAMET and the organizer of this research forum. This is actually a great opportunity that our research output, the output of my students, has been accepted and included in this forum. Though despite of the pandemic, we researchers must go on and continue being the catalyst and continue being the inspiration in this field. So see you until tomorrow. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, ma'am, for submitting as well as later, no, for present for the poster pitching. Um, Good luck and God bless, no, to your poster pitching later this afternoon. And I'd like to call on another representative from the second poster presentation. Hello? Any representative from the second poster presentation? Presenter.
Uh, Good morning. Actually, I'm also the presenter for poster number 2 and number 3.
Wow,
So next will
congratulations,
be
ma'am.
poster number 4, Sir Mark.
Yes, thank you very much, ma'am,
Okay.
for sharing so many researches to our profession. And so I'm going to call on representatives from our fourth poster presenter. To give us a short message or reaction about our virtual poster presentation. Yes? Anyone from the fourth presenter? So maybe let's proceed with the with presenters number 5. Number 5. While waiting for our presenters, maybe our technical committee is allowing them to be co-hosts so that they can share a short message. We'd like to read also some of the messages that were provided by our virtual participants. No? This is from Florence Pulido, a holistic view of a medical technologist, giving importance to education, practice, and research. Kudos to medtech leaders and organizers of the medical technology webinars during this 48 MedTech Week. Thank you very much, Ma'am, for your greetings. Maybe I think the presenter number 5 is now ready for his or her greeting. Presenter number 5, are you with us? Or a representative from research number 5. How about number 6? Presenter number 6. Anyone would like to share a short message or reaction about our virtual poster presentation? How about our finalist number 7? Are you
Good
with us?
morning to everyone po.
Yes, good
I would like
morning.
to tell that this experience feels surreal, and as a medical technology student, this is already a huge achievement for me. And to be part of this research forum and be able to share about my research is something I never imagined to do this early. And I would like to thank the PAMET for seeing the potential of the study that I will present. And I did not join this competition for only the sake of winning, but the mere reason that I'll be able to help for the betterment and improvement in laboratory medicine. Thank you po.
Yes, thank you very much. Good luck and God bless later. I think this is from the voice. Judging from the voice, I think this is a young researcher. No, so don't get tired. No, always be motivated in pursuing a career in research. And we also have actually a very young researcher with us, with Dr. B, the little researcher, no, the future researcher. No? So little Doc B is with us also, viewing live. All right, hello. All right, so at this point, I'd like also to ask a representative from finalist number 8. Yes, finalist number 8. All right, I think there is a technical problem. I think finalist number 8 is a participant of the non-experimental research presentation. So that's non-experimental presentation research number 1. Are you with us? All right, how about our non-experimental research presenter number 2?
Yes, hello, good morning po.
Yes, good morning, sir. Can you give us a short message or a reaction about our virtual research poster presentation?
Yeah, so first of course, I want to thank PAMET for being an avenue for this, that even though we are on a pandemic, still they managed to organize such an event for us to showcase our researches. And yeah, so thank you very much for this. Ayun lang siguro, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Although short, but I hope you all the best later. Now, God bless and good luck also. And so we are down to our last um, presenter, non-experimental research presenter number 3. Are you with us?
So, good morning. Hello. First and foremost, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to PAMET and the research committee. It is a great opportunity to be part of this kind of event. Actually, I'm a bit nervous right now, but because this is my first time doing this kind of thing, my public speaking skills will really be tested in this event, and I hope I'll be able to survive it. Anyways, I'm glad to share the things that we've learned while doing our study, and I believe this has a bigger impact not only to me, but also to the community as well. Yun lang po. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, sir. Very Miss Universe. You know? Napakaganda po ng inyong message. Once again, good luck and God bless. All right. So thank you very much to our poster presenters for giving us a short message and reaction with regards to our virtual poster presentation. And to everyone who were able to greet, I wish you all also good luck and God bless. Now, we're going to have a repeat of that video presentation that we had earlier. Now, but before doing so, I'd like to share once again our link for the virtual poster gallery. So I'd like to request everybody to please visit our virtual gallery, and this is now indicated in your screen, the QR code as well as the full link. And please do appreciate all the posters on the gallery, and don't forget also to click appreciate, which is a tick box now below that poster gallery. Thank you very much, and see you later this afternoon, because after the video we're going to have a webinar break that is of course from 12 to 1 p.m. for your lunch. And once again, see you all this afternoon. And don't forget to be back in order for you to claim your e-certificates as well as your CPD units. Thank you very much for attending our morning ceremonies. And once again, don't forget to visit our virtual poster gallery. Once again, I would like to call on Sir Gerald to once again play the presentation he presented earlier. right, so there was once again our 10 finalists for the poster presentation. So we have already posted earlier our virtual poster gallery. You can visit that anytime, even after this particular program. And before we end our program, I'd like to read also another motivational message from one of our virtual participants, which he posted in our chat box. So this is from Iris Chris Uraes. And he said, "Thank you, PAMET, for having this research forum accessible to all and make our fellow medical technologies be inspired and appreciate research studies. I too have been inspired on the works of the finalists and someday have my own research. Thank you also to the presenters for sharing their knowledge and hard work expertise on their research. All of the 10 research are not only interesting and knowledgeable, but also shows dedication and commitment on continuous learning and expanding the capacity of medical technologies, not only in the medical field, but also outside of it. Kudos to all and happy Medical Technology Week 2020. Yes, truly it is a motivational message. And I also agree with what was mentioned by our virtual participant in the chat box. So I guess not only our virtual participant got inspired of the virtual poster presentation that we had. So I'd like to share good news to everybody. But before that, I'd like to share for the information of our participants that all our winners will be receiving free convention registration to the annual PAMET convention. That is our 56th annual PAMET convention. And due to the success of our presentation, as mentioned earlier, we have a good news. An anonymous donor has contacted our committee chair on research, Dr. Frida Hapan, that he or she will be donating cash prizes to all our winners. Yay, wow. Thank you very much to that anonymous donor. A big round of virtual applause, please, to this kind-hearted donor. People like you truly inspires our Filipino researchers to persevere in this specialty of our profession. And to our aspiring researchers, this is just some of the rewards and financial opportunities for those who would like to practice or do research while practicing the profession. And at this point, we are at the end of our morning session. So we're going to have our webinar break for your lunch or for our virtual lunch. And with that, see you all this afternoon for our very first online or virtual poster presentation and poster pitching. So once again, good luck and God bless to all 10 finalists for this afternoon's event. And see you all later for the virtual poster presentation and poster pitching. Good afternoon, everybody. So let's begin our afternoon session. I hope everybody's energized after having your lunch, our virtual lunch. Please do share to us also what food you ate this lunch, so we could also do research on the common food eaten by Filipino medical technologists while attending a virtual webinar. All right, for the information of our participants and for those who have missed the information relayed earlier, due to your visit to the virtual poster gallery, allow me to repeat what I said earlier this morning. All our winners will be receiving free convention registration to the 56th PAMET Annual Convention, which will be held this coming November. And due to the success of our presentation earlier, as I've mentioned, an anonymous donor has contacted our committee research chair, Dr. Fida Afpan, and told her that he or she will be donating cash prizes to our winners. Yay, thank you very much, and a big round of virtual applause once again to our kind-hearted donor. So people like you, as I mentioned, as I've said earlier, people like you truly inspires our Filipino researchers to persevere in in this specialty of the medical technology profession. And to our aspiring researchers, don't lose hope. There's always a rainbow after the rain. This is just some of the rewards and financial opportunities for those who would make it, for those who would like to do and practice research or do research while practicing the profession. Speaking of rain, I hope everybody is safe, especially that Pag-asa just announced earlier and declared that Leon is now a tropical storm. So keep safe, particularly all medical technologies and our virtual participants in the affected areas. So let us officially start our program. But before doing so, of course, we need to establish and let us meet, of course, our esteemed panel of judges. So let's meet them one by one. Our first judge has been practicing clinical laboratory medicine since 2005. He graduated medical laboratory sciences in 2005 and completed his postgraduate training in clinical chemistry in 2010 from the Institute of Medicine of the TU Teaching Hospital or Tribhuvan University Teaching Hospital that is in Kathmandu, Nepal. He received his PhD in clinical biochemistry from the Faculty of Health Sciences in Hokkaido University. He is a fellow of the AACC Academy, formerly known as the National Academy of Clinical Biochemistry. Currently, he is an assistant professor in the Department of Medical Laboratory Sciences of the Faculty of Health Sciences in Hokkaido University. He has extensive experience in developing lipid testing and biomarkers for risk stratification of cardiovascular diseases. This judge has published more than 45 medical journal articles and over a dozen presentations in various international conferences of clinical chemistry and laboratory medicine. He served as Secretary of Lipid and Vascular Disease Division of the American Association of Clinical Chemistry or AACC from 2016 to 2017 and currently serving as an education officer for the division. He is an executive member of the Committee for Internet and E-Learning and E-Academy Coordinator of International Federation of Clinical Chemistry and Laboratory Medicine or IFCC. He also served in the Executive Board of Communication and Publication Division and Education and Laboratory Management Committee of the Asia Pacific Federation of Clinical Biochemistry and Laboratory Medicine. Please help me welcome with a resounding virtual applause, Dr. Rajit Shrestha.
Thank you. Thank you
So
so
at this
much.
point, before we proceed with the introduction of our next judge, I'd like to get a short message from our first judge. Doctor?
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. And I will first like to appreciate PAMET for inviting me to be judge. And I'm very excited to hear today's poster presentation. And well, I hope it will be very interesting. And I also like to say best of luck to all the presenter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shrestha. Um, I'd like to apologize earlier for the audio problem. All right. So once again, thank you. That was Dr. Rujit Shrestha. Our next judge is a graduate of Bachelor in Pharmacy and a pharmacist degree from the Institute of Technology in Bandung, Indonesia. She was a former lecturer and secretary of the Department of Pharmacy, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Institute of Technology, also in Bandung, Indonesia. He currently works at Prudia Diagnostic Line, Prudia Stem Cell Indonesia, and Innovasi Diagnostica as a commissioner and has served in various capacities at Prudia Clinical Laboratory and Prudia Group. She also served as lecturer for laboratory management and entrepreneurship at the University of Hasanuddin in Makassar, Indonesia, and lecturer in medical laboratory ethics in Jakarta Health Polytechnics. She is very active in various local and international professional organizations. Evident to that is her serving the Indonesian Association for Clinical Chemistry in various functions from 2000 to present. She was also the president of PATELCI, or the Indonesian Association of Medical Laboratory Technologies, from 2000 to 2006. She also served as president of the ASEAN Association of Clinical Laboratory Sciences, or AACLS, from 1995 to 1997 and from 2006 to 2008. She is also serving the Asian Association of Medical Laboratory Sciences, or AAMLS, from 2001 to present as executive board. Also, the Asia Pacific Federation for Clinical Biochemistry and Laboratory Medicine as vice president. And as a member, Committee for Public Relations for the International Federation of Clinical Chemistry and Laboratory Medicine, or IFCC. She is the president of Indonesia Association for the Study of Medicinals, vice president of Indonesian Institute for Corporate Directorship, vice chair of the Indonesian Institute for Competency Certification of Laboratory Technologies. She was also awarded the BNSP Competency Award in 2008 and Biopharma Industry Award Women Executive of the Year in 2013. With honor, please welcome our next judge, Endang Hoyaranda Sudarmo. A warm round of virtual applause, please. And I'd like also to get a short message from our second judge to our participants.
Thank you, dear Mark. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share with you all your scientific efforts. I do appreciate all the good papers, all the good researches I've seen so far, and I'm very honored to be your judges. And although I know that a lot of you have been not been qualified as finalists, but I know that you all have been very intensive in continuing your research despite the difficult situation of the pandemic today. My two thumbs up for all of you, and also for the organizers, Dr. Mark, and all my friends, my PAMET friends. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Endang Huyaranda Sudarmo. And let's proceed to our next judge. Our last but not the least. Our last judge is a graduate of chemistry from UNHAS, or the Universitas Hasanuddin in Makassar, Indonesia. Also, he finished Masters of Science in Clinical Chemistry, Biomedicine, and Doctor of Medicine specializing in clinical chemistry in the same university. He is currently the head of research and exoteric laboratory of Prudia Clinical Chemistry. He served as a member of the scientific division, reference interval, and decision limit of the Indonesian Association for Clinical Chemistry from 2013 to present. He is the vice president of Patelki from 2017 to present, a member of the Collegium of Patelki from 2015 to present, a corresponding member of the Scientific Committee of Asia Pacific Federation for Clinical Biochemistry and Laboratory Medicine, and also a corresponding member of the Task Force Young Scientists of International Federation for Clinical Chemistry, or IFCC. He is also presently a director of AAMLS, or the ASEAN Association of Medical Laboratory Sciences, and president of AACLS, or ASEAN Association of Clinical Laboratory Sciences from 2018 to 2020. Please help me welcome with a virtual round of applause, Dr. Miswar Pata. So at this point, I'd like to ask for a short message from our last judge, Dr. Miswar Fata. Doc?
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Mark. Very glad to join with this event. I think PAMET is very good to doing this event, and I would like to say thank you to PAMET to invite me to adjust today. And we know a lot of questions in laboratory medicine, a lot of unknown. So we need a lot of research to answer all questions in laboratory medicine. So as a professional, we need the research. So doing a lot of research is very important. I hope all researchers will present today, they can do the best what they can do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fata. Once again, a warm round of applause to our esteemed panel of international judges. All right? So thank you very much to our judges for gracing our event and of course accepting our invitation. For the information of our virtual participants, our invited international judges are very active, of course, in various professional organizations, and we have invited them already for presentations in various events that we have under the Philippine Association of Medical Technologies, so particularly during our annual convention. So again, a warm round of applause to our esteemed panel of international judges. So let us start the ball rolling. All right. So each of our participants, by the way, for the information of our virtual participants, are already or were already oriented of the guidelines for poster presentation and the criteria of judging were already sent to them. All right. So each presenter, by the way, for the information of our virtual participants, gets only 15 minutes to pitch his or her poster presentation. So congratulations in advance. Good luck and God bless. So let us start with presenter number 1.
I'm not allowed to share. Good afternoon. Okay,
Good afternoon.
Can I share my poster, Sir Ollie?
Yes, ma'am, share.
Allow me to share my screen, please.
Can now share screen.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon to you too.
Good afternoon to the panel of judges,
Good
the PAMET
afternoon.
officers, and the organizers. Can you see now my screen?
Yes, but
Yes, I
very small.
It's very small. Okay, wait, let me. Oh, very small. Okay, this one. I think this one is bigger. All right.
Yes, this is much fine. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, so poster number one, my presentation number one is entitled Optimization of Loop-Mediated Isothermal Amplification Assay in Detecting the BloxA23 Gene in Carbapenem-Resistant Acinetobacter baumannii, Klebsiella pneumoniae, and Pseudomonas aeruginosa. Carbapenem has a very broad spectrum activity, and this drug resists hydrolysis by most of the beta-lactamases, including ESBL and depressed chromosomal beta-lactamases. But most of the metallo-beta-lactamases and oxyacetylinases able to hydrolyze this compound, and that the OXA23 encodes for the enzyme oxacelinase. Okay, so PCR assay in current use have limited overall adaptability and applicability and detection of antimicrobial resistant genes, though this is the gold standard. Okay, so their drawbacks include the need for high-end laboratory equipment and reagents, as well as proper training and technical expertise, which are often inaccessible in poor resource laboratory settings. And previous studies, advantages and disadvantages of PCR assay and also the LAMP assay have been described already. But we all know that LAMP is a novel technique that can effectively address the deficiencies of PCR-based method. The LAMP assay is a single-step procedure that requires four to six primers. But this study, we use 4 primers that bind laterally to distinct sites using the strand displacement BST DNA polymerase, permitting extremely specific amplification under isothermal conditions. So the amplified products can be detected. You have an option if you will be using gel electrophoresis through turbidimeter or lateral flow dipstick, or you can also interpret this by using your naked eye. Thus, LAMP can be applied in the field using a small portable instrument as well as in laboratories. So this study optimized a loop-mediated isothermal amplification assay in detecting the OXA23 gene, which are critical components of carbapenem resistance, as I mentioned a while ago. So in this study, we have 14 strains of CRPA, CRAB, CRKP, and these samples were initially detected by the sampling site, the source of our sample, and they use this machine, the Vitek2 systems, and up to species level. First, we detected the BLOXA23, and we also have another target gene, the BLAIMP1, using conventional polymerase chain reaction. So the result of our detection using PCR, okay, this one, figure 1, 2, and 3. Okay, none of the strains, okay, let me focus. Oh my gosh. Okay, in figure 1, 2, and 3, I cannot move. Figure 1, 2, and 3, you will notice that none of the strains tested positive for BLAIMP1 using polymerase chain reaction. And these results indicate that the acquisition of the BLAIMP1 may not play a major role in carbapenem resistance in the Philippines. Whereas 9 strains out of 14 tested positive for BLOXA23 using PCR and were then further tested that 9 isolate for the presence of BLOXA23, this time using the LAMP technique. So using the LAMP technique, the optimization of BLOXA23 using the LAMP technique was done using first 5 strains of CRKP, next 3 strains of carbapenem-resistant Pseudomonas aeruginosa or CRPA, and 1 strain of CRAB. And the LAMP assay methodology was based on the study done by Nicolas Sora with minor modification and the primer from Kim et al. But Here, instead of using electrophoresis, that what I have mentioned, the lamp assay was viewed with fluorescence and using by our naked eye. So we optimized lamp assay in the detection of Oxa 23 using the following conditions. First, the temperature. The temperature for which BST, DNA polymerase, is known to amplify between 57 to 65 degrees Celsius. So in determining which temperatures allow for optimum amplification, the lamp reaction was observed at first 57 degrees Celsius, 61, and 63 degrees Celsius. Second condition is the primer ratio. The primer ratio is known to affect the lamp reaction. Therefore, the ideal primer ratios were determined. The effect of primer ratios at 1:1 and 1:4 in the lamp reaction were noted to select the ideal and optimal ratio. By the way, we use the PCR grade water as our negative control. Now, let's proceed immediately with our result. This one, figure 4, 5, and 6. I hope I can move this. Ayan, okay. So figure 4, 5, and 6. The result of our optimization of the OXA23 using lamp assay. The detection of the OXA23 gene in CRKP was optimized at 61 degrees Celsius, being equally sensitive, whether using a 1:1 or 1:4 primer ratio. However, if temperature of 57 and 63 were to be used, acquiring more visible result is made possible by optimizing the primer ratio to 1:4. On the other hand, CRPA was optimized at a temperature of 61 and 63 degrees Celsius, being equally sensitive, whether with the use of 1:1 or 1:4 primer ratio would still acquire more visible result. Lastly, CRAB was optimized at a temperature of 61 and 63 degrees Celsius, being equally sensitive, whether with the use of 1:1 or 1:4 primary ratio. However, using a temperature of 57 degrees Celsius, a primary ratio of 1:4 is still acquired more visible result, as you can see in figure 4, 5, and 6. So this study shows the detection of the OXA23 gene for CRKP, CRPA, and CRAB is optimal at 61 degrees Celsius. So since only 2 primer preparations are compared in this study, it is safe to say that the 1:4 primary ratio give better result than the 1:4 primary ratio. So let me go further with my conclusion because I am running out of time. With all things considered, the study presents that the antimicrobial resistant gene marker, the OXA23, was detected or best detected using the lamp assay with a temperature of 61 degrees Celsius and a primary ratio of 1:4 is used. And the lamp assay is a sensitive, rapid, practical, and cost-efficient method compared to conventional PCR being the gold standard. That's all for poster number 1. Thank you.
Thank you very much, presenter number 1. All right, and before we proceed with the next presenter, I would just like to give some motivational messages coming from our virtual participants. So this particular message came from one of our virtual participants. This is from the PAMET Davao del Sur chapter president, Ma'am Marilu Aclao, and she said, I deeply appreciated the research forum, especially for us taking MSMP or MSMLS. It guides us through our studies and research. It gives us strength that we can also make our own way of research studies soon. A great opportunity to see and know the experiences of the researchers achieving their studies or experiments. So thank you, PAMET, and happy MedTech Week. God bless and good luck to our participants. So thank you very much. Just keep in the positive messages for our participants, for our presenters. So I guess it's time to have now our entry number 2.
Okay, good afternoon once again. So it's me again for poster number 2. I don't know how can I briefly explain this. Okay, poster number 2 is entitled Detection of the NDM1 in Proteus mirabilis, isolated from anal swab of broiler chicken from selected poultry in Batangas. Okay, so how can I explain this very brief?
Chef, please share your screen now.
So this study actually The primary aim is to detect the presence of the NBM1 gene from microbial DNA isolated from the anal swab sample of broiler chickens uh, broiler chickens housed in poultry farms in San Jose and San Luis, Batangas City. Because we believe in what we call a One Health approach, okay, the farm to fork phenomenon and One Health approach, farm to fork phenomenon, which involves the process of passing food from raising the animals in the farm up to point where they are brought to the market into the dining. So, okay, let's go. Sorry, I forgot to share. Can I share again my poster number 2?
Yes, you may entry number 2.
Okay, sorry. For poster number 2, yeah, this one.
Um, Before we proceed with your poster number 2, ma'am, I'd like to apologize. I totally forgot that we need also to have our judges ask questions for our presenter number 1. Anyway, you are our presenter number 1, so I'd like to ask our judges to ask questions about the poster presented by our presenter number 1. And for the information of our virtual participants, this is only for 5 minutes. So thank you very much.
Shall I
Yes,
start then?
anyone from our panel of judges would like to ask questions for our
Yes.
poster number 1? Yes,
Yes,
Dr.
I have question. Do you have data about the limit of detection of this test LAM compared with PCR? Do you already validated that data? The limit of detection of the LAM versus
Okay, the
what
limitation of the detection. I'm sorry.
limit detection limit LOD.
We did not. We did not. If we perform that, you mean, if we detected the limit detection, no.
No, yes.
Okay, we only this is as you can see in the title. This is an optimization only, and what can only show you is the sensitivity of the test as well, and not the specificity. And also the
Okay.
detection that you're asking. Sorry, we did not detect that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
May I ask a question? May I ask a question?
Yes, please,
Yeah.
Doctor.
Hi. I
Good
do
afternoon.
appreciate. Good afternoon.
Good
I do
afternoon.
appreciate your wonderful study.
Thank you.
There are some questions I would like to know, actually. You mentioned in your conclusion that you find this optimization more practical and cost effective. However, I could not find the cost effectiveness data in your poster. Do you have it with you?
Actually, we have it, but we did not include that in the presentation. We have the computation actually, but we did not include in the presentation. We have it the computation actually. Sorry, but we did not include the presentation of the costing, but we did. We computed.
Yeah, and you concluded that it was most cost effective. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
So I would like to ask one more question. Is that okay?
Good afternoon.
Yeah. Sorry, I could not get your name. Can you repeat your name? Maybe you can say your name.
Cheryl Tesalona.
Serial.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation.
Thank you, sir.
I'm just want to know about do you know what is the prevalence of this carbapamine resistance strain for these bacteria you mentioned in globally and in your country?
In our country, okay, actually, we start the monitoring of the carbapenem resistance. In particular, in my research, we start the epidemiologic prevalence of this.
Hmm.
Started year 2016, and this is the only time that we in my succeeding poster pa, that we move in not only for clinical but also from the environment. But here in particular study, why we are most interested in carbapenem resistance, because as time, year by year, we observe an increasing prevalence of the carbapenem resistance, not only for the three strains that I mentioned. Since we can isolate this, or this can also be found the gene in the plasmid. This is a mobile genetic element. Very much possible that not only those is a strain that I mentioned has or is capable of acquiring this, but also other bacteria can have this gene that encodes for the resistance. For the resistance that can hydrolyze, I mean, the genes that encodes for the enzyme that could hydrolyze that carbapenem, making this carbapenem inactive. And we all know that carbapenem is actually the last resort of antibiotic in the treatment of the gram-negative bacilli. So what will happen now? We will go to a higher.
Okay, so do you mean that its prevalence is quite high? For example, in your lab, how many percentage of Acinetobacter have this kind of resistance?
I don't have the exact number of that as of now or currently.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
It is
so
actually in my other study. Actually, we are detecting that, but not in this particular paper. We have a separate paper for Pseudomonas. We have a separate paper for the
okay,
Acinetobacter.
okay, serial, that's fine. So, and lastly, I want to ask one more thing. What is the clinical significance of behind detecting this gene?
The
Can you
clinical
elaborate on that?
significance
Yeah,
in detecting this gene. Okay.
yeah.
Like what I have mentioned, this gene, the WOX23, encodes for oxacylinase. And oxacylinase has the capability to hydrolyze the carbapenem. And to think that carbapenem has a very broad spectrum of activity. And what would be next? Using colistin drug, and colistin drug, as the many researchers actually mentioned, that it has a toxic effect to the kidney and liver as well. So we need to detect, we need to monitor the prevalence of this, so that in the hospital, the infection control committee can implement proper infection control, spread the proper so implement, I mean, the spread of the infection caused by the particular bacteria that I mentioned, which is actually, we can have it nosocomially.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. That's all from my side.
Thank you very much to our panel of judges for the questions for our presenter number one. So I guess it's time for us to have the presentation number two. But while waiting for Ma'am She to present her second presentation, I would just like to share to our virtual participants that the finalists were selected blindly. No? So basically, we had a panel of local researchers, experts in the field of research. We have Dr. Jose Jurel Nuevo of Our Lady of Fatima University, the Dean of the College of Medical Technology of Our Lady of Fatima University. We have also Dr. Supachay Basit, which we have encountered earlier, the Dean of the College of Medical Technology of Emilio Aguinaldo College in Cavite, and also Dr. Maria Luisa Olano of the Faculty of Pharmacy of the University of Santo Tomas. So the papers, the name were hidden, and lucky for this particular participant, her three studies were selected. So I guess our second presenter is now ready to pitch her poster number two.
Okay, Sir Mark, can I?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Can you see now my screen, poster number two?
Not yet.
Not
Not
yet.
yet. Okay, sorry. All right, this one.
Not yet.
Not yet po. Sir
Not
Mark?
on my screen. Not on my screen. Not yeah. There it
Okay.
is.
All right. Good afternoon once again. So poster number 2, entitled Detection of NDM1 in Proteus mirabilis isolated from anal swab of broiler chicken from selected poultry in Batangas City. Now, I will shorten, or I will explain this briefly, not the way I explained the poster number 1. So what we are doing is we believe in the One Health approach in fighting the multi-drug resistance. So we believe in the phenomenon, which is anchored in the farm to fork phenomenon and the One Health approach, like what Queta had mentioned. The farm to fork phenomenon, which involves the process of passing food from raising the animals in the farm up to the point where they are brought to the market and into the dining. Okay, so while One Health approach imposes that human, animals, and the environment are all connected. So this study will help poultry farmers, consumers, poultry owners, and society by raising awareness on the emergence and transmission of multi-drug resistant bacteria upon improper antibiotic use. Okay, so to add on this, the poultry farmers can benefit from this study to help them monitor the usage of antibiotics injected in food animals in the precautionary measures to be observed by the caretakers. And at the same time, consumers can learn about the medicines inside the food animal system and the possible diseases they can acquire after ingestion. So the primary aim of this research is to detect the presence of the NDM1 gene from microbial DNA isolated from the anal swab of broiler chickens housed in poultry farm in San Jose and San Luis, Batangas. So how can I explain this briefly? So how many among the 30 samples among anal swab samples from 30 chickens, which were randomly collected from 2 selected poultry farms in the Batangas. So we identified 25 E. coli, 4 Proteus, and 1 Klebsiella. But as you can see in table 1, why we only presented this E. coli, this E. coli, these strains, I mean, which involves or includes E. coli and Proteus mirabilis. Because after the phenotypic analysis, which includes the identification of bacteria up to species level and doing antimicrobial susceptibility testing, we analyze the antimicrobial susceptibility profile. We analyze in what way? By classifying if there will fall under the category of non-multi-drug resistant, multi-drug resistant, extreme drug resistant, and pan-drug resistant. So as you can see in table 1, those only that fall under the category of MDR, XDR, or PBR, okay, those are only the isolates that we included in the genotypic assay. Okay, in the genotypic assay. So as you can see, we only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 isolates, okay, that we analyze using a polymerase chain reaction, and we detected the presence of the AXA23 and BLA-NDM1. So we did not able to detect. Okay, I will show you the result of the conventional polymerase chain reaction. We weren't able to detect BLA-23. We only detected the NDM1 from this sample, CH18SL21, okay, that carries the target gene, the NDM1. So, which may bring about the multi-drug resistant characteristic of the organism found in the sample from broiler chicken house in farm poultry located in San Luis, Batangas. Okay, and then after the polymerase chain reaction, we sent this to further tested. I mean, for sequencing. DNA sequencing. And we perform homologous alignment and also phylogenetic analysis in this specific strain, all right? that we found positive for NDM1 in conventional polymerase chain reaction. So the result of our analysis, the evolutionary history was inferred using the neighborhood joining method, and we found out that the identified not Pseudomonas, Proteus mirabilis, carrying the NDM1 gene has a degree of affiliation and possible ancestry between organisms in countries like China, Latin America, Italy, Poland, and Sweden. And we did this using, we inferred this using the neighbor joining method. Okay, so in conclusion, all right, this study detected the presence of Proteus mirabilis carrying the NDM1 gene in broiler chicken, and this poses a health threat to humans through livestock and poultry products, agricultural sector of the economy and its consumers, in congruence with the rising concern of antibiotic resistance with regards to One Health approach. So that's all for poster number 2.
Thank you very much, presenter number 2. And that was 4 minutes and 30 seconds. And at this point, we'd like to ask our panel of judges to ask questions to our presenter number 2.
Can I start?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you again for your second presentation. It was interesting, but I'm not sure about why did you choose the boiler chicken sample for this study? Can you elaborate on that?
Why we did choose broiler chicken? Because actually I am supposed to to state a while ago I am supposed to mention or describe how these chicken are being fed. Okay, so we all know that some of the poultry owners able to fed the chickens using broiler finishing pellets. Also, they use chick booster crumble. What else? Broiler starter crumble. Not only that, some of them also use antibiotics. So the common factor between the two sampling sites is that they use this broiler finishing pellets, and we believe that it has an effect. It has an effect when we people consume this chickens.
Okay, so I still cannot understand what is the clinical significance of measuring this NMD1 gene gene in the Proteus species isolated from chicken.
Okay, so going back to the BLNDM1 gene. BLNDM1 gene belong to, we have 4 classes of carbapenemases, class A, class B, class C, and class D. BLNDM1 belong to class B, which also called metallobeta-lactamases. I mentioned a while ago on my poster 1, the effect of metallobeta-lactamases in uh, in certain antibiotic. And if that will be present, for example, in the food what we eat, like this, chicken or poultry products, though it is another research that we can prove that the effect of it. So the NDM1 gene, like you mentioned a while ago, encodes for metallobeta-lactamases, the enzyme that can hydrolyze the compound, the antibiotic compound.
Okay, thank you.
May I have a question?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Hello again.
Yes, hello po.
Yes. Your study is very valuable, and it will give a lot of insights to the world, I guess, especially when now we have this issue of One Health. And as you explained, as you mentioned, from farm to fork. I have one question. As long as you know, did someone else anywhere in the world did the same study, as this is a global issue? have you known that someone else or more than one researchers had done this study also in their places?
There are actually researchers perform this study, but not in particular the genes that we detected. Some of them focuses on the genes that encodes resistance for tetracycline and other antibiotics.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have question. Congratulations for your second study. I have question just to confirm. What software you utilize to doing blast analysis and phylogenetic analysis?
Sir, I'm sorry.
What
Come
software
again?
you use for analysis, phylogenetic analysis and for blast analysis?
Okay, in homologous alignment, we use BLAST, but in the phylogenetic analysis, the MEGA.
So you utilize Mega.
Yeah.
Yes. Do you are ready to compare with phylogenetic analysis with another sequence? So how much sequence match with your sample?
The identity, similarity, and the identity. I
Yes.
forgot to mention? Okay, sorry. All right. So based on the homologous alignment revealed a query coverage of 89% and 97 similarity based on blast search for Proteus mirabilis.
Okay. I think you need to inform the more detail in your methods, include where you buy the primers in the method. So if someone want to do same study with what you do here, they can repeat what you're doing. So you need to more clear in the method.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
okay, it's very good. Yeah. Thank
Note.
you.
This is noted. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And that's time's up for our question and answer portion for our poster number 2. So let's proceed to poster number 3. But while our first, second, and third presenter is preparing her third presentation, I would just like to mention that some of our participants are also asking questions to our presenters. Unfortunately, we cannot entertain your questions in this particular pitching, but we will send them to our presenter so she could personally answer you after her pitch. All right. So we have a question, actually, a lot of questions now from our participants. All right. So thank you very much for your participants to our virtual participation. We highly appreciate your comments and your messages on the chat box. All right. So I guess our presenter number 3 is ready. So once again, let's call on Ma'am She.
Okay, it's me again. Good afternoon once again to the panel of judges and to everyone watching this presentation. Okay, so poster number 3 entitled The Detection of BLOXA23 and BLENDM1 from Multi-Drug Resistant Enterobacter cloacae isolated from soil in vegetable farms of different altitudes in the Philippines. So I will mention my brief introduction to emphasize the importance of why we are doing this study. So the Philippines is known for its agricultural resources and products, wherein unregulated farming poses health threats to both farmers and consumers. So in association with One Health approach, the widespread consumption of uncooked fresh vegetable from soil can increase the transmission of resistant bacteria from the environment to humans. In the Philippine setting, high altitude regions are characteristic of mountainous region such as the island of Luzon and one of the archipelago's major islands. So a common theme in regions such as this is the utilization of agricultural resources. And it can be observed that much of life outside of urban centers revolves around vegetable trading and farming. And recent studies isolating antibiotic resistant bacteria from soil samples enable us to see the potential threat that unregulated farming can cause to its consumers. Also, much focus has been pointed towards the effect of environmental factors such as altitude on the development of antibiotic-resistant bacterial strains. So antibiotic resistance is a topic that should not be taken lightly, as antibiotic-resistant microorganisms continue to become more dangerous as days go by. So this study would focus on the acquisition of evidence that would show the effect relevant external conditions such as altitude on the persistence in the growth of multi-drug resistance aerobic gram-negative bacilli from the farm soil samples in the Philippines. As the threat of antibiotic resistance grows with every new generation of bacteria, efforts to understand and combat this threat must also grow. And by understanding the factors that may contribute to the adaptation of the bacteria living in our environment, this study aims to aid efforts to combat better the threat of antibiotic resistance in a country of variable climate such as the Philippines. So this study focuses on the detection and identification of Bloxo-23 and the NDM1 from Enterobacter cloacae isolated from farm soil. So to shorten my presentation, we have this 30 soil samples. So 18 from Baguio, which is a representative of high altitude, and 18 soil samples from Nueva Ecija, a representative of low altitude farm. So how we did collect, or what is the sampling design that we use? Cluster sampling was used in determining the sample of the study. And the criteria for cluster sampling are the following. One location, one on a high altitude, represented by Baguio, and another with low altitude location, the Nueva Ecija. Type of vegetable harvested in the farm must be a commercial farm also, and the use of fertilizers and methods of pest control. Okay, and a questionnaire was then provided to the farm regarding from farm profile and use of fertilizers and pest control methods. Okay, so the collection period was done once only for each farm. Okay, so with the soil samples collected from equidistant locations from each bed, the soil samples were collected from a 7.5 to 10 centimeter depth utilizing a spade technique at 2 center points from the field. And using the shovel, it was pushed down the surface of topsoil to a depth of approximately 15 centimeter, and a slice of soil sample 2 centimeter thick and 5 centimeter wide was obtained, and afterward was placed in a container. Okay, and then the soil sample were mixed with phosphate buffered saline, and the components of the solution were separated through centrifugation. Okay, and then the suspended sediments were inoculated onto mock conky agar for 24 hours or 37 degrees Celsius, and the pure isolates were recovered and the phenotypic assay were done. So after performing the phenotypic assay, so table 1, the distribution of bacterial species identified from 2 different sites. So all in all, we have 36 samples, and 17 samples out of 36, these are the isolates or the bacteria that we detected, meaning 19 samples actually has no growth. And from Baguio, we have 7 bacterial isolates and 11 has no growth. In Nueva Ecija, we have 10 bacterial isolates and 8 has no growth. So table 2, the antibiotic resistance profile of bacterial species isolated from 2 different sampling sites. Again, this table will give us a clue. Okay, will give us a clue if we will going to proceed with the genotypic assay or genotypic analysis. As you can see on the first column, these are the soil samples and the bacteria that we isolated. So as you can see, we have Acinetobacter baumannii complex, Enterobacter cloacae, Centrophomonas paucimibilis, Pseudomonas aeruginosa, Serratia marcescens, E. coli, Pseudomonas putida. But as you can see in the last column, we categorize this profile, the antimicrobial resistance profile, if this will fall to non-multi-drug resistant, multi-drug resistant, extreme, and pan-drug resistant. So as you can see under Enterobacter cloacae, we have two isolates or two strains of Enterobacter cloacae that fell under the category of multi-drug resistant. Meaning to say, only these two Enterobacter cloacae we actually included in our identification of OXA23 and NDM1 because of its profile that fell into the category of being multi-drug resistant. So now, let's proceed with the genotypic assay result. Uh, hmm. So all samples showed negative result. I am pertaining to two. When I say all samples, the two Enterobacter cloacae, no black shot 23 has been detected. Okay, whereas multiple bands had been observed for sample FB BCAA2 from the NDM1. And this is not actually good having a multiple bands, but we also tried to send, we sent this actually, despite of the multiple bands, to perform a DNA sequencing. And initially, we have this result. The initial result of our DNA sequencing when we perform homologous alignment through when we perform this homologous alignment, what we found out, the initial report from doing homologous alignment from nucleotide sequences revealed that the NDM from Enterobacter cloacae has a query coverage of 96% and 99% similarity based on blast search for Enterobacter cloacae. But we will conclude it this way. Though this study confirmed the presence of two MDR strains of Enterobacter cloacae from soil collected in Baguio and Nueva Ecija. So one from Baguio, representative of highland, and one from Nueva Ecija, representative of lowland. Still further study needs to be conducted to detect other antimicrobial resistance genes from bacterial species from different types of farm soil. And the result cannot be correlated to the different altitudes and climate variations in the Philippines due to the limited samples. So that's all for poster number 3. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Ma'am Che. And that's about time. So let's proceed to the question and answer portion.
Yeah, perhaps I start.
Yes, please.
Yeah, once again, 2 thumbs up for your concerns, your passion for this One Health issue we have globally. Congratulations for this beautiful study. I wonder what you have in mind and what can be done afterwards, after your study. What are your passions to continue the studies, and what should be done globally on farm soils, especially as you are studying farm soils in this case? What could be done and what should be done to eliminate this problem of MDR?
But thank you, Mom. Thank you, Doctora. Good afternoon. But though this study, the result of our study will not directly conclude the effect of the use of the fertilizers to the occurrence or the existence of multi-drug resistance. Actually, the initial, still we have in mind that we need to control the use of those fertilizers. But actually what we have in mind, and also in doing this, in detecting this in soil, and also in detecting this from poultry and from poultry on my previous presentation, is we want to collate if there will be a similarity in the type of genes that we are detecting from uh, these different scenarios or settings. We want
Okay,
to correlate because we have the clinical isolate, we have this from environment, we have this from food. And the end point of this study is, let's see if you can identify the same antimicrobial resistant genes from those different different, what do you call this? Different aspects, clinical, from human, environment, and the food, doing the One
Yeah.
Health approach.
Yeah, if I may continue a little bit, what I mean is actually this is a work which you cannot do on yourself. It's a global work. It's the work of the FAO, of the WHO, and so what is your passion to continue this study, to have a better world for all of us, starting with your study?
Well, I guess we need to. This is very interesting to continue to further continue this study in the sense of, we will extend our sampling sites, and we will add. No, actually, we were planning to go beyond using this conventional polymerase reaction. What we have in the main is use. Uh, it is more metagenomics. Going into metagenomics is actually very good.
Okay, thank you.
That's
Thank
our
you, Mr. Chair.
that's our goal, to go into metagenomics.
Thank you.
Can I proceed?
Okay, yes.
Okay. Thank you once again for your nice presentation, and congratulations too. I have actually 3 questions for you, but very short. I expect very short answer from you. First one is, how did you define multi-drug resistance? I mean, how many antibiotics it should be resistance to say that this particular species of bacteria to be MDR?
All right. So multi-drug resistant, MDR was defined as acquired non-susceptibility to at least one agent in 3 or more antimicrobial categories. When we say XDR, extremely drug resistant, it was defined as non-susceptibility to at least one agent in all but 2 or more antimicrobial categories. And PDR was defined as non-susceptibility to all agents in all antimicrobial categories.
Okay, that is the general definition. I wanted to know which antibiotic you implied in this study to define MDR.
Again, sir?
I mean to say, which antibiotic did you use in your study?
What antibiotics? There are panel of antibiotics that we use. As you can see in,
I understand that. I will go for second question.
Right.
So do you expect any difference between these two gene, BLA-OXA and BLA-NDM gene, between MDR and non-MDR? Do you expect some difference?
All right. Actually, we will be, no, we did that study. Yeah, that's very interesting.
Unfortunately, ma'am, to our presenter number 3, we have to cut you short, no, because it's already time.
Okay.
So,
Sorry.
One last question, probably from our third judge, before we proceed with presenter number 4.
Okay, thank you. I just one short question. How you utilize Phytech in this study?
How did we utilize? Okay.
Yes.
How did we utilize Phytech in the study? First, we need to come up with the pure isolates. We need to come up with the pure isolate. As I mentioned a while ago, the soil were mixed with phosphate buffer saline, and the components of the solution were prepared through centrifugation. The remaining sediment was separated from the supernatant and resuspended in 1 ml of phosphate buffered saline. The resuspended sediments were inoculated into Macanthi agar for 24 hours at 37 degrees Celsius, and the pure isolates were recovered for phenotypic assay. So we only subject for Bitecto system the pure isolated colony.
Okay, so you screen using Phytech for screening, and you continue with sequencing. Right?
Yeah, from phenotypic assay using Vitek2 as our screening, because the Vitek2 as well actually can initially detect the presence of ESBL enzyme, expected spectrum beta lactamases. Actually, the Vitek2 system will give us a hint for the presence of enzyme, and then by that hint or by that clue, we will proceed for genotypic assay.
Okay, thank
All
you.
right. All right. Thank you very much to our panel of judges. At this point, we have to proceed to our presenter number 4. So once again, just to remind our participants, you only have 10 minutes now to pitch your poster, and then we're going to have a 5-minute Q&A. So are you ready? Entry number 4. All right, please share your screen. Entry number 4. While waiting for our entry number 4, we have questions once again from our participants, but unfortunately we cannot include that with our Q&A portion. So for our poster presenters, if you want, you can message them privately to provide answers to our participants. And those who message me privately their questions, I'm going to relay to the presenter your questions with regards to your poster presentation. So is presenter number 4 now ready? Presenter number 4, are you with us?
I think he or she's asking to unmute himself. Maybe
Okay.
this message, the message I saw that.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon po, sir.
Yes, good afternoon. You may now start your poster pitching.
Okay. Good afternoon, dear judges, and to all the participants here in the virtual webinar. So this study is entitled The Synergistic Effect of Batad, Sorghum Bicolor, and Fishtail Wine Palm Caryotyrrhen's leaf ethanolic extracts in lowering the blood glucose level of alloxan monohydrate-induced sprog dolly rats. So let me share to you something. Diabetes is a silent killer. Do you know Thomas Alva Edison, the America's greatest inventor who discovered the incandescent lamp, the telephone, and many more? So sad to know that he died due to the complications brought about by diabetes. Diabetes was the direct cause of 1.5 million deaths globally, and keep in mind that 1 person dies for every 10 seconds due to diabetes. This disease also kills more people every year than breast cancer and AIDS combined. So moreover, the Philippines ranked top 15 in the world for diabetes prevalence, and World Health Organization projects that diabetes will be the 7th leading cause of death in 2030. This proves that this disease is a serious health problem that needs an effort to be solved. Currently, there are various blood glucose reducing medications that uses synergism. It includes the glibenclamide and metformin. But although these are available in the locality, this may cause serious adverse effects on individuals taking it. Hence, there is a need to study the synergistic potential of batad and fishtail wine palm in order to provide an affordable alternative healthcare in treating diabetes. We believe that batad and fishtail wine palm is the way to keep diabetes away. So moreover, there are a couple of questions here. So First, what are the phytochemicals that are present on the plants which could lower the blood glucose level of the test animals? Second, are the various treatments have hypoglycemic effects? And lastly, are there any significant difference between the treatments and when compared to the controls? So to answer these questions, we use a pre-test, post-test group design with two parameters, namely the fasting blood sugar and the post-treatment administration blood glucose. This is to monitor the blood glucose level of the test animals. So what we found out are, first, the result of the phytochemical analysis. It shows the presence of the different secondary metabolites, which are the alkaloids, flavonoids, glycosides, saponins, sterols, tannins, and triterpenes, which could contribute in the reduction of blood glucose level of these sprogdolly rats. Second, based on the mean difference, it shows that T1 and T3 are the most effective among the treatments. And lastly, using paired t-test, it shows that T1, T2, and T3 can significantly reduce the blood glucose level of the sprogdolly rats with alloxan-induced diabetes. And using Shifei test or least significant difference, it shows that all treatments are as effective as the positive control, which is the commercial anti-diabetic drug, the metformin, and as well as the reference control, which is the herbal medicine Ampalaya supplement. So in conclusion, the ethanolic leaf extracts of the batad and fish toll wine palm have the ability to lower the blood glucose level of the sprogdolly rats. So what makes this unique? Now that we know that the synergism of batad and fish toll wine palm have hypoglycemic effects, then we can create a better future for those millions of people that are suffering from diabetes every day. So we can help them lessen the serious adverse effects and also the expenses on buying those commercial drugs. So working towards a more comprehensive treatment for diabetes will enable us researchers to improve the life of millions of people with diabetes. So as researchers, we want to prolong and to help them in their daily lives. So to end this, to safeguard patients' welfare, diabetes must never win. I am now ready to answer your questions and accept your recommendations.
Thank you very much to our presenter number 4. That was 4 minutes and 46 seconds. So let's proceed immediately to the Q&A portion. So I would like to ask our Board of Adjudicators to ask questions and please limit the questions so we can all ask questions. So for our participants.
Okay, may I start?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I have a simple question. What you propose mechanism, how this extract can lowering glucose in the blood?
Pardon, sir? I can't can
The
understand, sir.
how mechanism this extract can reduce the blood glucose in the blood?
So there are different varying concentrations of our extracts. So what we conclude here is that the higher the concentration of the extracts is more effective in lowering the blood glucose of the sprogdolly rats. So, for example, the treatment 3. So, treatment 3 and treatment 1 are the most effective in the treatments based on the mean difference. It shows here that treatment 3 can lower the blood glucose with the concentration of 75% batad, crude leaf ethanolic extract, and 25% fish tail wine palm. So that is the mechanism that we conclude, sir, the higher the concentration of both and the synergism also. Specifically, sir, the 75% and the 25%. That would be all, sir.
Okay, thank you. Actually, I'm meaning the biological mechanism, but so I hope another judge can ask. Thank you. Congratulations for your study.
Hi.
Hi. Okay po.
Okay. Congratulations on your study. I have several questions. Firstly, do you have any data on the toxicology aspects of these herbals? As you may understand that although they are equally effective in beating the glucose level, but when a herbal is toxic, then um, uh, they might not be applicable to diabetes patients. Do you have this data?
We conducted an acute oral toxicity test, but sadly, ma'am, we have not provided the toxicity data. But the LD50 value of the extracts are categorized as non-toxic, ma'am. So we base our extracts on the acute oral toxicity, and we ask help for the authorized physician for that matter, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. My next question is, why did you do this study on the flavonoids while you're not making conclusions or discussions on these flavonoids?
The flavonoids is one of the phytochemicals that are present in the extract. So according to biomedical research study, flavonoids acts on the different on the pancreatic B cells of the mice, and it says there that it promotes insulin secretion and glucose uptake as well because of the flavonoids that are present to those plants. That's all, ma'am.
Okay, my third question is, what additional utilization, I mean, do you expect to have from from the use of this? Just exposure, less exposure for commercial drugs, and more to herbal drugs, or do you have any other aims that someday your herbs will be used for diabetes treatment?
Okay, sir. Okay, ma'am. I'm sorry for that technical problem. So, in the future, this study, first of all, this study will provide the future researchers as a basis for the future improvement for their studies. So, in the future, we want to we want to transform the research protocol into clinical trials in order to determine the effectiveness of plants on the human being. So in order to promote alternative healthcare in treating diabetes.
All right, so we have to cut our Q&A short, but for the benefit of our third judge, I'd like to ask one question from from Dr. Shrestha to our participant.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for a nice and very interesting study. I'm pretty much impressed with the work you have done. So I don't have a specific question, but I just want to know, have you ever tried to do some cellular experiment with your extract? So far, you in this study, you use animal model, right? So yes, I think you can go for cell culture and then determine the biological activity as suggested by Dr. Fataha. The first thing before going to clinical trial is you must understand what is the mechanism of action for this particular compound. And also you have to, I guess you have not identified the compound, right? So maybe you should also do some other basic chemical analysis like NMR and mass spectrometry to determine the exact compound. And also as suggested by Dr. Indang, that you also have to go more exhaustive evaluation of toxicity. Okay, that's by looking into oral toxicity. You have to go for more exhaustive source because that particular compound may also result various toxicity, like you have to go for it may damage liver or kidney, or so you also have to determine that. Yeah.
Okay, sir. That would be
Thank you and
noted, sir.
congratulations for your work. Thank you.
All right. So thank
sir.
you very much to our fourth presenter and to the suggestions of our board of judges. So this time we're going to proceed with our fifth presenter. All right. So are you here? Presenter number 5. Presenter number 5, are you with us?
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. I'll just prepare my poster. I hope everyone is safe. Wait. Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Loud
Thank
and
you.
clear.
Thank you so much. Okay. Can you see me?
Yes.
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I will start now. Okay. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, to our panel of judges.
Unfortunately, your screen. Okay. So proceed.
Okay. Okay po. What happened? No face? Ah, okay. I'm so sorry. Wait lang po. Just wait a second. I'm gonna fix my...
All right, so I think our presenter number 5 is experiencing some technical problem. Her video.
I'm ready now, sir. I'm
All right,
so sorry po.
is your video now ready?
Yes, sir. Thank you po.
All right, so thank you very much. So please
So good
proceed.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, to the panel of judges, to our co-presenters, and to everyone watching this presentation. In 2019, approximately 463 million people were living with diabetes. And usually, diabetic treatments that are available today contain agents that could produce unwanted side effects, such as weight gain, vitamin B12 deficiency, gastrointestinal problems, and a lot more. Hence, native to the Philippines, Stickiter jamaicensis, or commonly called as candilaan, is a weed endemic in the country and is often removed because it is not known to have any significance. Although there had been reports for the folkloric use of candilaan leaf on lowering blood sugar levels, there are no current studies proving the efficacy of the plant being hypoglycemic. Thus, this study aims to determine the hypoglycemic property of candilaan aqueous leaf extract in experimental alloxan-induced sprog dolly rats. So we have utilized an experimental pre-test and post-test research design to investigate and observe the hypoglycemic property of the plant. The animals were segregated into 6 groups with 5 rats per group. The first 3 groups were given varying doses of the plant's leaf aqueous extract, while the remaining 3 groups were given the positive, reference, and negative controls. All treatments and controls are given orally using a gastric lavage. Then blood samples were obtained from test animals 1 hour, 2 hours, and 12 hours after the administration of treatments and controls through tail snip technique, and the blood glucose levels were measured using a glucometer. For the statistical analysis, we have used one-way ANOVA and our post-hoc analysis. Okay, let me first... There's something wrong with my camera. I was not... Okay, moving on. Sorry for that. So let's now move on to the results. So the phytochemical testing revealed the presence of secondary metabolites in the leaf aqueous extract. So these metabolites, namely our flavonoids, tannins, terpenoids, anthracenones, and our alkaloids, they are proven to have anti-diabetic properties that are exhibited with their own modes of actions or mechanisms. Furthermore, results also prove that there is no significant difference between the blood glucose levels of all the rats among all the treatments, except of course for the negative control after administration. This means that the effect of the different dosages of candicandilaan extract when compared to the positive control, which is metformin, and to the reference control, which is Carantia ampalaya capsules, are statistically the same. Hence, it can be concluded that the candicandilaan leaf aqueous extract has the ability to lower the blood glucose concentration in Sprague-Dawley rats with alloxan-induced diabetes. So all the treatments do not have any significant difference with the controls, meaning that the candicandilaan leaf aqueous extract is comparable to that of the effects of our positive and reference controls. So future researchers interested in this study, they could perform histopathologic analysis in order now to test the pancreas of the rats. They could also do quantitative phytochemical analysis to quantify now the amount of each metabolite present, of course, and also soil analysis from where the plant is collected. They could also try using other solvents as well as other concentrations for extraction, and they could also try the utilization of the other parts of the plant for a more extensive reach. With increasing incidence of diabetes throughout the world, and due to the adverse effects of synthetic medicine, there is a clear need for the development of indigenous, inexpensive botanical sources for anti-diabetic crude or purified drugs. Low cost, endemically sourced, and natural. With all of these established, this research could be the new game changer in the field of diabetic pharmacology. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, presenter number 5, and that's 4 minutes and 23 seconds. So let's proceed to our Q&A portion. So let's have the questions from our judges.
Oh, here's my poster.
All right. Questions from our judges?
Okay, I ask first.
Okay, Dr. Pata, please.
Okay, thank you. How much number of the sample per treatment you use?
Sir, what do you mean, sir?
So how much number of
The
samples?
amounts of...
Yeah, the amount of sample.
Oh, okay. So for our treatment 1, sir, we utilize 5 grams per kilograms of body weight. For our treatment 2, we utilized 7.5 grams per kilograms of body weight. And for treatment 3, 10 grams per kilograms of body weight.
And how much mice you use? How much mice?
30 male Sprague-Dawley rats, sir. So they were divided into 6 groups. The 30 male Sprague-Dawley rats were divided into 6 groups. Each group have 5 rats.
Five rats.
Yes.
Okay, because I very difficult to find in your paper. Okay, thank you.
It's in our methodology, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Okay po.
It's in the abstract.
Can I ask one question?
Right.
Yes, sir.
Please.
Okay, so how did you extract the compound from that? I mean, is it a ethanol extract or aqueous extract?
Aqueous, sir. It's an aqueous extract.
Okay.
Okay. So the process that we did for the extraction of our plant material, so that plant material was washed thoroughly using a clean distilled water, and then it was air dried approximately for 5 days. After the air drying process, sir, we cut the material into pieces, and then this material, so the powder, 100 grams of the leaves powder, was then extracted using 1000 ml of distilled water. And this extract now is subjected to more filtration and water bath for a 100% yield of the extract, sir. So it's basically the leaves powder and distilled water. We didn't use any other solvents, sir.
Okay. Are you trying to identify the the compound, chemical compound or bioactive compound in that plant?
Yes, sir. We were able to identify through the phytochemical testing. So the phytochemical testing revealed the presence of secondary metabolites. So these metabolites, like the flavonoids, anthraquinones, our terpenoids, and our alkaloids, these exhibited anti-diabetic properties po, that are
I mean to
exhibited
say,
with their own mode
you
of action.
extract from whole plant. So I believe
No,
that
sir.
it must be the mixture of thousands of compound, right? So have you do you have plan to separate the individual component within that abstract in future?
Yes, sir. It is included in our recommendations. So further study, sir, is needed.
Yeah,
In the
because
future, sir. Hopefully.
Yeah, that's what it's very important to identify the exact compound that may be very
yes, sir.
important to show the hypoglycemic effect, because it contains lots of mixture and some compound may be
Yes, sir.
toxic, some compound may be beneficial. So
Yes,
if you can separate various compound, like you can use simple technique like chromatograms, even if chromatography using silica gel, you can separate that extract into various compound and you can check with each and every compound that has been separated. So it will help you to purify your compound and give more significant result. Thank you.
Yes, sir. That is why it is included, sir, in our recommendations po. Thank you, sir. Noted.
I have one question.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. I'm sure that you are convinced also. You look very convincing, but I'm sure that the world needs many herbs to fight diabetes, not just commercial drugs. But my question is, what led you to choose candicandilaan as your object of study? Why not other herbs?
Aside from this candilaan, this plant material, aside from it grows really fast and it is not affected by any pests and it does not need any special requirements for its growth, there had been reports for the folkloric use of the candilaan leaf on lowering blood sugar levels. However, there are no current studies proving the efficacy of the plant being hypoglycemic. That is why this inspired us to continue or to push through this research in order now to identify if the plant really exhibited in a hypoglycemic effect. That's it, ma'am.
So I guess, thank you very much to our Board of Judges. We have to cut it short because of our time limit, which is 5 minutes, but that's exactly 5 minutes. Thank you very much once again to our 3 Board of Judges. And at this point, we are going to proceed with our 6 finalists. And of course, the last for experimental research. So are you here with us, presenter number 6?
Hello?
All right, that's not actually the last, no, but we still have the 7th experimental research later. All right, so our second to the last, our second to the last poster presentation for experimental study. All right, so you may now start, presenter number 6.
Sir, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Sir, can I ask permission to share my screen for the poster?
Calling our technical committee to please do so, Sir Ollie.
You are a co-host already, you may share.
Is my poster visible?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Okay. So, good morning, judges and fellow research enthusiasts. I am going to present to you a research entitled The Effect of Botong, Barringtonia asiatica seed methanolic extract against Oncomelania quadrasi varhopensis Schistosomiasis has been a growing public health concern globally. Well, in fact, according to the recent data presented by the World Health Organization, schistosomiasis ranked third among parasitic and vector diseases that causes mortality worldwide. In the Philippines alone, we have 10 million people that are affected within the 190 municipalities that are considered to be endemic areas for schistosomiasis. This includes Gonzaga, which is a newly considered endemic foci for schistosomiasis in our province, the province of Cagayan. In an attempt to control the transmission of the said disease, scientists have developed synthetic molluscides that are effective against its intermediate host, the freshwater snails. But Filipino communities are opting not to use this type of molluscicide because one, it is too expensive for them to access, and two, it poses a threat to their health and the environment, more specifically, the marine resources. Plant-based products present an appealing aspect due to its cost-effectiveness and environmental friendliness. With this, we the researchers have thought of using botong plant or Barringtonia asiatica plant, a plant endemically located in the coastal areas of the Philippines, in producing a cost-effective, less hazardous, and environmental friendly molluscicide to help address the problem with schistosomiasis transmission. We collected the methanolic extract from the seed of botong or Barringtonia asiatica and used the immersion protocol recommended by the World Health Organization in determining its molluscicidal activity. 3 replicates with 5 snails each were used and was observed after 6 hours and 12 hours. Varying concentrations of the extracts was also used, namely 25%, 50%, and 75%, with the niclosamide or the synthetic molluscicide as our positive control and distilled water as our negative control. We compared the molluscicidal activity of the extracts with the positive and negative control using the analysis of variance and post-hoc analysis. And our results show that there is no significant difference between the molluscicidal activity of the varying concentrations of the extracts, and that there is no significant difference between the molluscicidal activity of the extracts with that of the positive control. This only implies that the varying concentration of the methanolic extracts are as effective with the synthetic molluscicide in terms of snail mortality. With this established, it is now safe to say that our study is a potential solution in addressing the increasing number of schistosomiasis cases worldwide. Reservations on the use of molluscicides will now be prevented due to its cheap, less hazardous, and environmental friendly aspect. Thus, may potentially be the answer in avoiding schistosomiasis transmission. Also, our project can also have an effect to the field of agriculture and more specifically to the pesticidal community. Dear judges, I'm now ready to answer your questions and accept your recommendations.
Thank you very much, presenter number 6. Now let's start the Q&A portion. So let's ask our judges for questions to the poster presented by presenter number 6.
Can I go first?
Yes.
Hi, thank you. It was nice. I just have one question here.
Yes, sir.
How did you treat this methanol extract to the snail? It just
Sir?
was external treatment. How did you treat the this methanolic extract to snail?
Sir, we administered the methanolic extract to the snail with varying concentrations, sir, namely 25%.
Yeah, how did you administer that?
We administered the extract by putting the snails in a petri dish and administering the different concentrations of the extract, including the positive control and distilled water as our negative controls.
Okay. So do you know what is the mechanism, how that snail are killed by this compound? Is it because of, yeah.
Sir, there were recent phytochemical study on the methanolic extract of the botong seed, sir. It shows that these seeds contain the methanolic extract of the seeds contains saponins and flavonoids, which are poisonous or fatal to the snails.
Mhm. So, so one question I wanted to ask here is, so for example, if you use 25% of extract, that means it is prepared in methanol, right?
Yes, sir.
So, and because I think the methanol itself is a toxic also, right? So did you check the
Yes, sir. In
in
extracting,
the
sir.
control, negative control, you use distilled water, but
Yes, sir.
yeah, but methanol itself is a toxic compound. So I am afraid if the effect of this effect is because of methanol.
Sir, but
Have you checked that?
during our extraction phase, sir, we made sure that we evaporated the methanol using the rotary evaporator, and then we further evaporated it to dryness using the water bath, sir.
Okay, so finally you reconstitute the extract into water, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
I have questions.
Please.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, my first question is, how would you see the practice if this will come into practice one day, the eradication of snails? How do you see the practice of applying this method you have here on eradicating snails? And my second question is, what about the predators of the snails? We have in our global, well, in all the universe, we have predators for everything. So what will happen to the predators? So I have two questions.
Can you repeat the second question, ma'am? My Zoom is glitching.
Yeah, perhaps you answer the first question first, and then I can go to the second question.
Okay, so we can administer our extract through field immersion, ma'am, in order for field immersion in our coastal areas, more specifically, ma'am.
Yeah, so I imagine that it will be difficult for common practice to get your formula to eradicate snails, because it will also kill other creatures, perhaps.
Yeah,
That's why
there may be some
further
ecological disturbance, right? So what about that? I think Dr. Indang want to ask about ecological disturbance.
yes, sir. That's why further testing is needed. But for example, ma'am, the synthetic molluscicide, the niclosamide, ma'am, it also due to the fact that it causes damage to our marine resources, ma'am, and are also hazardous to the health of our locals, ma'am. So we are trying to identify here if for further research if this organic or natural molluscicide cannot damage our marine resources, ma'am.
Okay, my second question was about the predators, because if you eradicate snails, then there will be also predators of the snails who will be suffering, and then they will kill other creatures too.
Ma'am, we specifically use Oncomyelania quadrasi barhupensis snail, ma'am, which is the intermediate host of the schistosomiasis. The eradication of the Oncomyelania quadrasi barhupensis snail was strategically used by the World Health Organization in eradicating schistosomiasis. That's why our test was specifically for that specific species of freshwater snails, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much to our Board of Judges for your questions. To our presenter number 6. And finally, we proceed to our last presenter for the experimental research. Thank you very much, Sir Rupert, for
Thank
your
you.
presentation. All right, so let's proceed with entry number 7.
Ako na.
All right, you may start now. Presenter number 7.
Good afternoon, everyone. Judges and my co-participants and the viewers of the research forum. Um, I divided the parts of my poster because for the presentation to be clearer. So I will start now my presentation. Um, our research is entitled Pineapple, Ananas Commosis Drug and Axis Extract as an Alternative Anticoagulant for Hematological Analysis. The International Society for Laboratory Hematology promotes lab professionals to focus on hematological research and clinical studies for the advancement of laboratory medicine. The development of different technological tools used in the laboratory is now of great help for the diagnosis of different diseases which arise continuously. But one of the challenges being faced by the laboratory is the use of effective anticoagulants in performing diagnostic procedures wherein majority of these are expensive, distort cells, and some are even toxic to human health. Hence, the need to study plants as potential sources of anticoagulants is vital, as it gives hope in the future use of organic substances that are less expensive and non-toxic. The International Council for Standardization in Hematology recommends the ethylene diamine tetraacetic acid or EDTA as an anticoagulant of choice for blood cell counting and sizing as it produces less shrinkage of red blood cells and lesser increase in volume standing. However, prolonged exposure can be dysmorphic. According to the study conducted by the International Journal of Biomedical Science and Engineering, prolonged storage of blood in EDTA has an effect on the morphology and osmotic fragility of erythrocytes, which can in turn affect the cell viability and hence their analytical results. Pineapple, scientifically known as the Ananas commosus, is locally available and abundant, and aside from this, it is also affordable. It is now widely used by many researchers because of its different uses, mostly in the medical field, but little to none have studied it in terms of its hematological properties. As stated by the Department of Health and Aging Officer of Gene Technology, pineapple does not contain any toxins. And one of its components is the enzyme bromelain, which influences blood coagulation by increasing serum fibrinolytic activity and inhibiting the synthesis of fibrin, which is a protein involved in blood clotting. In the study conducted by Eckert et al., no significant changes in blood coagulation parameters was found after giving bromelain to humans over a period of 10 days. Hence, bromelain is an effective component that exhibits anticoagulation, does not cause significant damage to red blood cells, and therefore efficient in maintaining the structural integrity of cells. We studied the pineapple bract and the axis because these are usually the parts of the pineapple which are often discarded and left over for the trash, since people only eat the fruit per se. And instead of throwing it away, we studied such for their probable use for clinical laboratory purposes. For the objectives of our study, generally the study aimed to determine whether the pineapple bract and axis extract could be an alternative anticoagulant for EDTA in hematological analysis. This study specifically sought to determine the phytochemical components of pineapple bract and axis, which specific volumes among 500, 600, 700, 800, 900, and 1,000 microliters of extract mixed with 2 ml of blood sample is most efficient to prevent clotting and hemolysis. The effect of the most effective volume of extracts to the quantitative analysis of the red blood cell, white blood cell, and platelet count, and the quantitative analysis of the red blood cell, white blood cell, and platelet count. For our methods, this study only assessed the anticoagulant property of the pineapple BRAC and axis on human blood sample in its effects to the blood counts and cell components by observing microscopically using blood smears. We used mature pineapples harvested from Santa Ana, Cagayan. The blood sample that was used were collected from healthy men individuals with O blood type, and prior to the conduct of the extraction, the BRAC and axis of mature pineapple were separated from the fruit and were subjected for phytochemical analysis with the help of the DOST team, Region 2. The extracts from the specified parts of the pineapple were added to 2 ml of blood with different volumes of extract such as 500, 600, 700, 800, 900, and 1000 microliters. And the different mixtures were observed macroscopically for the presence of hemolysis and clotting, and microscopically for the quantitative analysis using a Neubauer chamber for the red blood cell, white blood cell, and platelet count, and qualitative analysis by viewing through a microscope using a peripheral blood smear stained with right stain and viewed it under 1000 times magnification. We also studied the viability of cells considering the volume of the mixture and the time upon mixing, and tested again after 12 hours and compared it to our positive control EDTA. Again, this study only focused on the potentiality of the BRAC and axis extract as an alternative anticoagulant for EDTA in hematological analysis. For our results, for the phytochemical components, we've confirmed sugar, ketones, flavonoids, glycosides, and terpenoids present on both pineapple BRAC and axis extracts, while saponins and tannins are only present on the BRAC and carbohydrates are only present on its axis. In the clotting test of the BRAC extracts, upon mixing and after 12 hours, the 500 and the 600 microliter of the BRAC extract mixed with the 2 ml of blood have clotted, but the 700, 800, 900, and 1000 microliters did not clot at all. In the hemolysis test of the BRAC extract, upon mixing and even after 12 hours, presence of hemolysis was observed in all samples, aside from the 700 microliter, indicated by the presence of pale yellowish plasma, which is a normal color, after centrifugation for 5 minutes at 3000 RPM, and the positive control EDTA. We also use different volumes of the axis extract, but all the treatments with different volumes were not capable to prevent coagulation. So these samples were not subjected to centrifugation since clotting were observed, and none of the different volumes of extract of the axis extract is capable to be used as an anticoagulant. Since the only volume of the BRAC extract that successfully inhibits blood coagulation and did not cause hemolysis was the 700 microliter, this was subjected for blood counting. And this table shows the mean of the 3 replicates per trial and the average mean of the 3 trials. In this whole study, we conducted 3 trials, and per trial there are 3 replicates. So these are the means of the trials and the 3 replicates. We can clearly see that the result of the blood count for red blood cell, white blood cell, and platelet using the 700 microliter BRAC extract and EDTA are both within the range of the normal values at the baseline. And also after 12 hours, there are changes with the values, but the 700 microliter BRAC extract and EDTA are both still within the range of the normal values. In the PBS analysis of the BRAC extract compared to the EDTA, upon mixing the 700 microliter, BRAC extract produced the same result with that of EDTA. Both have a normocytic and normochromic red blood cells, and adequate population of white blood cells were also seen with normal morphology, and neutrophil loads were easily seen and their granules are prominent, but few platelets were seen. After 12 hours, the 700 microliter BRAC extract produces better result compared to that of EDTA. BRAC extract can preserve the red blood cell even after 12 hours, while the use of EDTA can cause red blood cell crenation for a longer time. Increased numbers of crenated red blood cells were seen on films prepared after 12 hours in EDTA. Basing on the results, the optimal volume which pineapple BRAC is as much potent as EDTA is in the 700 microliter since it is isotonic, which means that it is perfect to prevent blood cell dispersion and blood cell lysis. Excessive and inadequate amounts of secondary metabolites present in other concentrations resulted in hypertonicity and hypotonicity. Excessive concentration can break the linkage in phospholipid bonding of red blood cells, causing lysis, and high concentration causes cells to shrink because of hypertonicity of plasma with increased ionic concentration. The 700 microliter pineapple black extract has no significant effect on blood cell counting and can produce a result the same with that of EDTA. And also the 700 microliter black extract produced better results compared to EDTA in the qualitative analysis of blood cell morphology. The black extract preserved the blood cells well even after 12 hours, while the use of EDTA caused blood cell crenation. Hence, bromelain is an effective anticoagulant. That's all, dear judges. I'm now ready to answer your questions and accept your recommendations for our study.
Thank you very much, presenter number 7. So that's 9 minutes, 43 seconds. So let's proceed to our Q&A portion.
Can I ask?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so thank you so much. It was very interesting to know that. I never knew before that pineapple extract can be also used as anticoagulant. So it's interesting one. So now, do you know the mechanism? Like for example, EDTA is like calcium chelator. How exactly this extract prevent the blood coagulation?
Well, bromelain is a active component of the pineapple, and bromelain is an enzyme, a cysteine protease, which means that it cleaves to proteins with cysteine residues and immediately destroys and it inhibits them.
Oh, okay, thank you. So one more thing. So in your recommendation, you suggested to use 700 microliter of extract, right? In 2 ml of blood.
Yes.
So the first thing is, so that extract is prepared in water or buffer?
So we get the crude extract, the pure extract of the pineapple.
Mm-hmm. So you dissolve that extract in something, like it's water based or some chemical based?
No, that's why we did not use any preservative, but that's why it is included in our recommendation to
Okay, so what about the volume? Like if you mix 700 microliter with 2 ml of blood, then the volume of blood will be significantly altered, right? Almost like it will increase by 25%. So that can change the concentration of the cells or other compound in the blood?
Come again po. I did not.
Understand my question?
I did not catch the question because of the connection.
Okay, I will say one more time. So you use 700 microliter of anticoagulant with 2 ml of blood.
Yes.
So that means the volume, the final volume of the blood will be increased by almost 25%, right?
Yes.
So if the volume of blood is changed, then the concentration of the compound in the blood also change. So finally you correct that volume.
That's why in our study it is we said that the 700 microliter is isotonic because it is the only concentration that did not cause any significant difference compared to that of EDTA and compared to that of EDTA. The 700 microliter black extract, the 700 microliter black extract, the hypotonicity or the hypertonicity of other volumes.
Okay, that's fine. No problem from my side. Okay, so maybe thank you once again for your presentation, and you did a nice job. Can you hear me?
Center number 7, are you still with us?
Yes, yes.
All right. So
Okay, thank you.
let's
May I
proceed.
continue?
Yes,
All right.
Yeah, thank you also for your presentation. I had the same question actually as Dr. Ajit has. My concern was actually that the volume of the extract would liquefy the blood concentration. You already answered. Now, my second question is actually, what led you to do this study? Because we have a lot of chemicals around, apart from EDTA, perhaps, which are used for the same purpose. And why did you choose a herb to have an alternative to this purpose?
Thank you for that question po. As I have said earlier, the International Society for Laboratory Hematology promotes lab professionals to focus on hematological research and clinical studies for the advancement of laboratory medicine. Well, there is already a standardized anticoagulant, which is the EDTAB, but prolonged exposure can be dysmorphic. In research, we want to improve things, we want to innovate, we want to improve knowledge for the betterment of the society. And since pineapple has an active component, has an anti-active component or the enzyme bromelain, we consider this. And since pineapple is abundant in the Philippines, is locally available in the Philippines, and it is affordable, we think we could use it for the as an anticoagulant since there are significant changes observed in other commercially available anticoagulants.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have one more question. I hope we have time. Just simple. Very interesting research. Actually, I'm very interested with this research because new thing about anticoagulant from pineapple. My question is why hemolysis is increased at concentration more than 800 microlitres? What are the main suspicions for hemolysis? Hello? Patricia, you can hear me?
Muted. As I have said earlier, for the 800 and 100 and 1000 microliters cause the samples to be hemolyzed because of the presence of excessive secondary metabolites. In my conclusion, we said that the presence of secondary metabolites and in the black extract has a significant role in maintaining the blood cell component. So since there are excessive amounts of secondary metabolites, it caused the solution, the concentration to be hypertonic. So it broke the linkage of the phospholipid binding of the red blood cells, which caused lysis to the sample. So my answer to that is it's because of the excessive presence of the secondary metabolites in the 800, 900, and 1000 microliters. So we should consider by here, and also answering the question of Doc Rodit a while ago, the blood and anticoagulant ratio should be considered.
All right, thank you very much to our Board of Judges. That's the end of our Q&A portion. It's already time. So thank you, presenter number 7, and congratulations to all our 7 presenters for the experimental research. At this point, we're going to proceed to another presentation, this time on the non-experimental research. So I'd like to call on presenter number 1 for non-experimental research. Presenter number 1.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Is my poster already visible?
Yes.
Okay. So, can I start now, sir?
Please.
Okay. Good day, dear panel of judges and PAMET community. The Philippines ranked third as the most disaster-prone countries in the world, according to the 2018 World Risk Index. Philippines, being situated along the Pacific Ring of Fire and the Pacific Typhoon Belt, is very much exposed to volcanic eruptions and hydrometeorological hazards respectively. Because of this vulnerability, a proactive approach of a safer, adaptive, disaster-resilient Filipino communities towards sustainable development is the goal of RA 10121, or the Act Strengthening the Philippine Disaster Risk Reduction Management System. In this Act, 4 thematic areas were created, namely disaster prevention and mitigation, disaster preparedness, disaster response, and disaster rehabilitation and recovery. All of these are cascaded from the national government down to the smallest unit in the archipelago, the barangays. The barangays are the nearest to the people, serving as the primary implementing and planning unit of the government's programs, projects, and activities. Tuguegarao City is also dubbed as the second most disaster-prone cities in the world, according to the Verix Mapplecroft National Health Risk Atlas last 2015. The city is the regional center of Cagayan Valley. It has a low-lying area and is mapped as flood-prone because it serves as a catch basin of water from the different tributaries of the mountains surrounding the region. In 2019, we came up with a research that assessed the effectiveness of disaster risk reduction management plan of the identified flood-prone barangay near Pinakanawan River, the largest tributary of Cagayan River. The study aims to assess the organizational effectiveness along 4 thematic areas. In our study, we have found out that in 8 barangays, 2 were rated as most effective across all thematic areas. However, the issue here is not the highest rated, but the 3 lowest or least effective barangays. In fact, 1 barangay is not effective at all. The study revealed that the effectiveness of the Barangay Disaster Risk Reduction Management Committee must be measured as a total of 4 thematic areas due to their interrelatedness to each other. The findings clearly shows that the degree of effectiveness as public service is reflected when the BDRRMC is performing their functions towards achieving the goal and objectives of RA 10121. Thus, based on the findings of the study, the researchers came up with the acronym as a recommendation. For a more effective implementation of DRRM plans, the national and local government should prepare because I care. I stands for Institutionalization of Community Disaster Risk Reduction Management Plan. C is to capacitate DRRM officials and the community. A is to adhere to the provisions of DRRM and strictly implement its policies. R is to revisit RA 10121 to effectively cascade existing policies of DRRM, make its implementing rules and regulations more detailed, specific, and inclusive for the local government. E is to establish a standard performance checklist to measure DRRM's performance, specifically the barangays. With that, for a safer, adaptive, and disaster-resilient Filipino communities, we need to prepare because I care. Thank you very much. I am now ready to answer your questions.
Thank you very much to our first presenter in the non-experimental category. So at this point, we're going to start with the Q&A portion. Judges?
Hello.
Yes,
I ask first, okay. How you compare the total effectiveness index to other area, and how you can conclusion this organization is effective. based on total effectiveness index. May you explain this?
Okay, sir. Can I direct you to the poster, sir?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Okay. So in this poster, I hope you can see the preparedness checklist, disaster preparedness checklist score. These are divided into 4 thematic areas. So each thematic area has a corresponding points. The points given are actually based on the gravity of the activity, which attains the goal of RA 10121. And to measure the total effectiveness, we summed all the area among all the 4 thematic areas, and then the summation is actually the score already. So it is categorized as most effective if the score fell at 91 to 100%, and so on. So the ineffectivity is rated if the scores were rated below 50%.
Okay, and so how we we correlate with that index with affect the organization?
Okay. So in order for us to determine if the performance of BDRRMC is actually effective, if we measure, of course, we measure we measure its performance. So the measurement is actually prepared using the prepared checklist. So according to the conceptual framework that we use, organization theory measures the organizational effectiveness. So we check its performance along the 4 thematic areas in order for us to know if the organization is actually effective.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you. I do not have any specific questions. So yeah, thank you for presenting your research.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, then I will be the last.
Yes, ma'am.
I thought I would ask something after Ojit, but since Ojit has no question, then I would be the last.
Okay.
My question is actually very, very general. How do you see this study of yours being relevant to the medical technology practice?
Okay. In the curriculum of the medical technology, we also have, or we are involved in public health. So we also have a community and public health subject during our embedded in our curriculum. So it is also our responsibility as a health practitioner to be aware of other areas along health and wellness. So to add, we also have diseases that are also arises from the said natural hazard. So I believe that would give the link for me being a medtech towards public health.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, judges, for your questions directed to our first presenter. And congratulations, presenter number 1. All right, thank you very much for your presentation. Now let's proceed to our presenter number 2. Are you with us now, presenter number 2?
Yes, sir. I'll just present my screen.
All right, sir. So if you're ready, please start.
Okay. So my screen visible now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so again, good afternoon. I am Benji Clemente to present our study with regards to HIV. So our study is entitled Square Peg on a Round Hole, Phenomenologizing the Views of MSMs Regarding HCP. So the main objective of this study is to determine the views of men who had sex with men here in the Philippines, which serves as the vulnerable group or the key group here in the Philippines towards HIV counseling and testing or HCT. Because several studies have already shown or have already proven the benefits of HCT, such as preventing transmission of HIV or the virus, linking the patient to treatment, care, and support. In the Philippines, the government has allocated budget for free HCT. Also, there are actually several non-government organizations all over the country that offers testing and counseling, which are also for free. However, despite these notable advancements or promising as promised by HCT, almost 20% of HIV incidents last September 2019 are already in the advanced stage or diagnosed late. And according to the United Nations Joint Program of HIV/AIDS or the UNAIDS, only about 76% of persons living with HIV here in the Philippines know their status. Now, our phenomenological study revealed that the HCT belief model of MSMs or Filipino MSMs, as you can see here in our model, from our in-depth interview with 3 respondents, we did phenomenological reduction through cool and warm analysis by calling significant statements, and out of those statements, we derived key themes for our study, which are these 4. So these are HCT as a mean to have a peace of mind, as an information and support system, and as a social responsibility. As you can see, these arrows pointing towards HCT, which indicates that these themes could serve as motivators to take HIV counseling and testing. However, their embarrassing, scary, or traumatic experiences in the testing hubs kept them from going back to get tested, which is indicated by an arrow going away from HCT. Now, with this study, through the lens of phenomenology, it realizes the interplay of the different factors in the acceptability and accessibility of MSMs to HCT services that may help in honing the square peg, which represents the views of MSMs, for it to fit in a round hole, which is the HCT. The moderatum generalization being presented in this study calls for a deeper understanding of those beliefs and the opportunity to test its universality across a more aggregate population. So that's it. Thank you for listening, and I'm now ready to answer your questions if there are any, and also for your recommendations for our study.
Thank you very much, presenter number 2, for that short but hefty discussion of your poster. So let's proceed with the Q&A portion. Any questions
Perhaps
from
I
our
start it?
judges? All right, so
Yes,
let's start
perhaps I
with
start.
let's start with Dr. Huyaranda.
Yes, thank you. You have a really social concern on this
Yes.
problem. Yeah. Although this is a phenomenalizing study, you had only three samples in your
Yes.
population, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Yes. So this is actually a very rough and very initial, very preliminary finding of what you are seeking to find. Now, you had 3 samples, and you had some findings, but you did not specify comments were made or which responses were made by which respondents. So whether the findings were coming from each of your respondents, or all the three were coming from all the three respondents, could not be seen from your
Yes
poster.
po, Doctor. What we did is that we called the significant statements from all of these three respondents. And then afterwards, from those significant statements, we derived at key themes that would represent the responses of these three respondents po. So basically, all of those, or the four key themes derived, are from the respondents, or from the three respondents.
So all the respondents gave the same hesitations.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Hello, my question is about why you not saw the detailed interview as a tabular, or maybe may you inform to us what the detailed interview you doing with your subject.
Yes, sir. But what we did is we had in-depth interview. We had individual interviews of these three, and then afterwards transcribed the interview word for word or verbatimly. And then from those verbatim transcriptions, we called significant statements that were stated by this respondents, or by the three respondents. And out of those significant statements, we derived the key themes, which are these four. So they saw that, or I mean, it's like they see HIV as a mean to have a peace of mind. So it's like since they are engaged to sexual behaviors or risky practices, what they see is that they look at HCP for them to have a peace of mind, for them to see that, or for them to have that status, or that mantra that they do not have HIV. And then they also see it as a social responsibility for them, since they engage to sexual behaviors, they have multiple partners. So they look at HCP as a mean for social responsibility, for it to not transmit to others, or if ever they have HIV, at least they already know, and they could change their attitude and not to transmit the virus to other or to their sexual partners. And also, they see HIV as um, as a traumatic experience, or HCP as a traumatic experience, because here in the Philippines, HIV, anything related to HIV/AIDS is highly stigmatized. So whenever they go to testing hubs, it's like they see it is something scary, or they look at the testing as something scary, or something embarrassing, and that kept them from going back to the testing hubs to get tested.
Okay, okay, I understand now. Do you have specific methodology to make an interview?
Since actually this study was conducted through during the pandemic days already, so what we did is we had video conference, and the others opted to have it through voice calls only, to keep their identity as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that, sir.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Do we have a question also coming from Dr. Rajit? Dr. Rajit, are you still with us? Dr. Shesta? All right, so I guess one of our judges got disconnected, but from our two remaining judges, do you still have additional questions to our speaker, to our presenter rather? All right, so since there is none, thank you very much, presenter number two.
Thank you. Thank you.
And congratulations on your presentation. Now let's proceed to the last and hopefully not the least, our entry number three for the non-experimental research.
Expressing this, I was expecting it would be. I'll just be sharing my screen po. Can you
Okay.
allow me to screen? I can share my screen po. All right, can you see now?
Yeah.
Okay. A pleasant afternoon to our dearest judges, to my co-presenters, and to everyone who is watching this presentation. Allow me to share with you our study entitled Analysis of Climatic Factors and Recorded Clinical Cases of Dengue in Region 4A Calabar Zone from 2012 to 2018. Dengue is a disease that has undertaken significant development over the past millennium. On a global scale, it is considered to be a major public health concern and the most significant vector-borne viral disease that is transmitted to humans by mosquitoes. Due to its significant upsurge and substantial spread of the virus, the WHO classified it as the most important mosquito-borne viral disease in the world. Here in the Philippines, dengue is considered an epidemic and considered one of the existing infectious diseases. The DOH reported 585,325 dengue cases from the years 2008 to 2012 alone. And among the 10 countries in the ASEAN region, the Philippines ranks fourth in the extent of dengue cases. So the increasing epidemic of dengue infections may be attributed to several factors, one of which is change in the climatic conditions, as it influences the environment from which the vector of dengue virus resides. Climate change around the globe in recent years takes an upturn on the risks to human health. So understanding the biophysical influences on dengue ecology would be a key to develop measures that will decrease the burden of dengue incidents in our country. That is why this study is focused on determining the relationship between the elevated dengue incidence in Region 4A and the climatic factors such as rainfall amount, relative humidity, and temperature in every province. So this study follows a quantitative study design in a descriptive correlational method. We explored and investigated the climatic factors in the provinces of Cavite, Laguna, Batangas, Rizal, and Quezon, and the dengue incidence in the whole Region 4A. We have decided to study this locale because, as reported by the Department of Health, majority or 12% of dengue cases in the country came from Region 4A. So an archival data collection was employed in this study. Data for dengue cases were gathered from the website of the DOH Epidemiology Bureau. On the other hand, the data for climatic variables were gathered from Pag-asa DOST. So these data were analyzed through the use of Pearson correlation coefficient. Now for the results. Um, Results have shown that the total rainfall amount in Quezon province is moderately associated to the dengue cases in the region. It is coherent with the results of one study conducted outside the country in 2010 that rainfall affects the prevalence of dengue in a certain area through elevating the frequency of mosquito habitats and sustaining the level of water in the newly created habitats. On the other hand, the relative humidity, it is shown in table 2, the relative humidity in Cavite, Batangas, and Rizal also showed a moderate association to dengue incidence. It agrees with a study led by Al-Shawri and Said in 2013. So in their study, it has been found out that humidity promotes transmission of dengue fever through influencing the activities and survival of the Aedes aegypti mosquito. Also, low humidity is the reason why mosquitoes feed more frequently to make up for dehydration, whereas high relative humidity causes an intensification of the metabolic process in adult mosquitoes. Conversely, Laguna Province's mean minimum temperature is strongly associated with dengue cases in the region. So one study pointed out that minimum temperature for particular seasons of the year hold especially strong relationship with dengue. More so, favorable temperature for mosquito cultivation may escalate the metabolic process of mosquito vectors, causing an elevation in the biting rate, thus increasing egg production and mosquito propagation. Lastly, a weak association has been established between Cavite, Batangas, and Quezon's mean maximum temperature in the cases of dengue in the region. It is coherent with a study in Banti Minchi, Cambodia, as it suggests that dengue incidence has a weak correlation with maximum temperature. However, it is undermined by one study in southern Taiwan, as their findings propose that higher temperature amplifies the transmission rate of dengue fever infection. So, these findings suggest that an association between climatic factors and dengue incidence exists to some extent in different provinces in the region. This implies that climatic variables are factors that contribute to the growing cases of dengue in the area. Varying weather conditions affect mosquito development, thus increasing the number of vectors, hence increasing the number of dengue incidents. So, public health offices in areas where there is an association should develop epidemiology contingency plans as well as strengthen their programs concerning the spread of dengue diseases given the aforementioned climatic conditions. So it is also recommended that an in-depth analysis of each climatic factor should be carried out in specific areas within the region where a strong association was ascertained. So that would be all. I am now ready for your questions and to accept your recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our last presenter for the non-experimental research. And at this point, we're going to proceed with the Q&A portion. So I'd like to call on our judges to ask questions to our third and last presenter for this day.
Thank you. I may start then.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation and for the study. Dengue is a problem to all of us, as well as in other ASEAN countries. I mean, well, my questions. The first is, you did the study over 2012 to 2018.
So yeah, it's actually 7 years, I think. Yeah,
7
from
years.
2018.
Yes, yes. And then you mentioned that the growing dengue cases were significant, but you didn't had a table on how the growth of the dengue cases were according to this findings of yours.
Yeah, but I have the data with me, and I can show it to you if you want.
Yeah,
wait a minute.
I understand that you have the data, but the claim that the growing of the dengue cases had to do with all the 4 cases. Now, my next one is a silly question actually. All your 4 parameters, rainfall, humidity, minimum temperature, and maximum temperature, are actually characteristics of the rainy season, right? All 4. Yeah, you have the same seasons as we do have in Indonesia. So why did you separate all those factors instead of having all the 4 in one category, rainy season? Any insight of that?
So it is important for us to classify each and not just make a whole generalization, because it varies. Each parameters that we've mentioned varies from the different areas that we've covered in this study. So understanding each and every parameter would give us a clue which of these parameters contribute mostly to the growing cases of dengue in that particular area.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you po.
So thank you so much for your nice presentation. So actually it's very hard work, and I hope that the your study implication will be helpful for control of dengue. So I just say thank you and congratulate for your nice presentation.
Thank you so much, po.
Okay, thank you. I have only one question, very simple. Because I have a statistical issue in your research. What statistical significance you use in to decide this high, weak, or strong correlation?
Actually, as
May
you can see,
yes.
Actually, as you can see in the table that we presented, we indicated the p-value of each correlation, and it shows that there is no significant, it is not a significantly value, but we are going to add it to our recommendations. That was an in-depth analysis of the climatic factors and the dengue incidence recommend further studies po.
Okay, because mostly if they have R correlation is coefficient correlation is high, but the p value mostly they have a higher p value. But this research is some very high correlate coefficient correlation, but p value is still higher. I hope this can lower so they have a good very strong significance. But in this research is not so that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much po.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, judges, for your questions, and greetings to our last presenter. Once again, congratulations to our third presenter. And that's it. We are at the end of our first day. So thank you very much for your kind attention, for being with us all throughout the day, for spending a lot of your mobile data, no, to attend the PAMET Research Forum 2020. Your participation, your active participation is well appreciated. We would like to thank also all our virtual participants who have questions, and posted them on the chat box. And this would, of course, help improve our research delivery, as well as, improve the researches conducted by, possibly improve the research that were conducted by our researchers. Thank you very much. And also, there is a greeting here in our chat box saying, congratulations to all our presenters. I am so proud that PAMET elevated the excellence of my colleagues in the field of research. That is from Ma'am Florence Pulido. Thank you, Ma'am. Thank you very much, Ma'am Florence Pulido, for being very active in our chat box. Although you have a lot of questions directed to our presenters, unfortunately, our presenters cannot answer it directly during their Q&A portion. But hopefully, they would be able to answer you through the chat box. And thank you very much, everyone. So again, as we have mentioned, that's the end of our day one. So at this point, we are about to, of course, receive our e-certificates. But before we end, of course, I would like to thank the efforts, of course, and the participation of all our virtual participants, and of course, the organizing committee headed by our committee chair for research, Dr. Maria Frida Hapan, and of course, all the members, who are very helpful to the committee. Thank you also, Sir Oli, Sir Gerald, Ma'am Lani, for your effort today in helping me properly deliver my tasks. Thank you very much. No? So, next slide, please, Sir Oli. All right, so at this point, we are now ready for the distribution of e-certificates. So here are the mechanics. Answer the research forum post-evaluation using the link to be flashed in the succeeding slide. And of course, make sure to double check your email address. No? Any incorrect input of email address will not be blamed, of course, on the organizing committee. And also your full name before submitting your post-test. The e-certificate will be set to your registered email address within 10 working days. And the link will only be open for the next 30 days. Thank you very much for your participation and kind attention. Once again, this has been Dean Mark Raymond Nava saying thank you and have a good day, everyone. Maraming salamat po, everybody. For those who are in the live stream, Facebook live stream, don't forget to heart react or like our video. Thank you very much. And don't forget also to
Are we also allowed to leave?
Thank you very much.
Frida.
Yes. Congratulations to Mark PAMET.
I'm Frida, you're muted.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Endang and Dr. Miswar and Dr. Rujit and everyone. We'll see you tomorrow in the afternoon for the oral research presentation.
I enjoyed all the papers very much. I enjoyed all the presentations. I think the Filipino
Yes,
medical
thank you.
technologists are doing a great job.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for inviting. So see you tomorrow.
See you
It was
tomorrow.
really nice session. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone. This is Ronnie, Dr. Endang, Dr.
Our
Miswar,
president
and
is here.
Dr. Rajit.
Okay.
Thank you so much for your time.
Hi, Dr. Ronnie.
Congratulations, Dr. Ronnie. Congratulations.
Yes, congratulations to all of you. Bye.
Thank
Dr.
you.
Miswar,
Bye.
Dr. Miswar, I'm waiting for your documents for our AAMLS.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Miswar.